Hey, beautiful people. Good evening. Good evening, Obodo fam. How's everyone doing? Good evening, good evening, good evening. I hope you all are doing well. Welcome to our channel. Yeah, thank you for being here today. Thank you, everyone. You're welcome to tonight's show. It's going to be an emotional one, honestly. I wish we didn't have to do this tonight. I'd rather we just do, you know, stories that we can all laugh and joke about and just have a good time and have fun, play around with. But unfortunately, it's not the case tonight. It's quite a serious one. As I hello to you all, thank you for being here. Please give this video a thumbs up as you are coming in, because part of what we are trying to achieve tonight is to create awareness, to educate people as much as possible, which is something that we normally do here, with every show. So give this video a thumbs up, please, as you're coming in. That is the only way that you can increase the number of people that are likely to see this video. The only way you can help, if you are pained, if this matter of Osinachi really hits you and you are feeling a certain kind of way, because I know emotions are quite high. Yeah, I can tell. Those of you who follow me on Instagram knows that it's already started from there this morning. I put a post there that was, some people might consider it controversial, but it was deliberate. I did it on purpose because I'm trying to provoke a conversation that some people would rather we don't talk about. Okay? So this is what I'm trying to achieve. We need to have that conversation. It's a very uncomfortable one. Yeah, it's a very, very uncomfortable conversation. It's not the kind of gist that we like. Okay? But this is real life. And it's happening, whether we like it or not. All right? So give this video a thumbs up as you are coming into the studio. Please give it a thumbs up. And I'm going to put a disclaimer before I carry on. Those of you who follow me on Instagram already saw what I posted today. And I have zero apologies for what I posted. Right? Zero apology. So if you are one of those people who, you are full of tribal sentiment and you are emotional about your tribe, and you cannot see the bigger picture outside your tribe. And I'm saying this to all my Obodo fam. You are Igbo person tonight and you are watching, and you feel like tribe before anything. Please, I beg you in the name of Jesus, just excuse yourself now. Just leave now. I don't even want you to watch. Don't watch. Don't listen. Don't contribute. Don't say nothing. Okay? Because what I'm going to say today is potentially going to offend some people who cannot see beyond tribe. Okay? And so, this is a disclaimer. You don't need to watch this one. Please, just leave it. Because today I'm not playing with anybody. I don't have time to massage anybody's ego tonight. Okay? I'm not here for any nonsense tonight. No, I don't care like I am angry. And if you care about Osinachi, you care about Chichi, you too should be angry. And if you are angry, then you are ready for us to have a very, very deep conversation that transcends tribal sentiments. Yes, if you are here about, she's always talking about Igbo people, he doesn't like Igbo people, please excuse yourself now and just walk away. Because what we are talking about tonight is deeper than that. Okay, so that's my disclaimer. I'm saying it ahead because I don't want me to fight. I want us to have a conversation. But anybody who won't fight, me are ready for them tonight. And I know they fear fights. I did grant. Muwanle. At their house. Now go meet me for house. And before you say anything in the comment section, before you say anything along the line of tribe tonight, take a look at these two women. Remember their faces and remember their 4 children each. This is Chichi we talked about not even 1 week ago. It's not up to 1 week. We had 2 videos here. We're talking about Chichi. Chichi was in Scotland. She went to Nigeria and that was it. She never came back. 4 children waiting for her in Scotland, right? And this is Osinachi. It's not even 1 week yet, my people. Not 1 week. So if you are here to come and defend your tribe, you are here to come and you are Biafra, or you are the one that you are a social media warrior. You are the warrior on social media, that you are the one that is always pressing keyboard to fight for your tribe. Meanwhile, you have zero concern about the well-being of your people. It's only on social media that you know how to fight. It's only on keyboard that you know how to defend your tribe. Then just please, with all due respect, get out. Just get the hell out now, please. With all due respect, though, please, just mona waka. Because this conversation tonight is going to be a very difficult one. And it's not for everybody. It's for only the people that are ready. People that are ready for us to have a very hard conversation. A difficult conversation. What you both they call difficult conversation. For us to talk about the deep issues. Because it's something that leads to something. Yesterday we were talking about Chichi. Today we are talking about Osinachi. Tomorrow we'll talk about someone else. Except we start having this conversation. And that's why I'm taking my time to put this disclaimer out now. Because I know say tonight, my block button is triple. Now I got a block because I don't get time for anybody. When one come tonight, come they say, but you don't come again, no. Yeah. I want you people to, it's a time for sober reflection. Yes, it is time for us to talk. Yeah. It is time for us to have this deep conversation. We're not going to insult anybody. We're not going to call anybody names, but we need to talk. What is going on? What is going on, Igbo people? What is going on? Grace, did you see my post on Instagram? You say I'm Igbo and I'm 100% with you on this one. My culture breeds toxic masculinity. Let's say it as it is. Okay. Grace is ready. I like to see more people that are ready. If you know you are ready for this conversation, because like I said, it's not for everybody. Because the unfortunate thing about Nigeria, Marian, you are Igbo woman and you are ready. Okay. Thank you, ladies. The unfortunate thing about Nigerians is that Nigerians are very emotional about tribe. Thank you, Gigi. Me, I don't need to ask you about your own Gigi. I already know you got you. I know you, the kind of woman that you are. So yeah. Nigerians are so emotional about tribe. And I was having this conversation with my friend in Nigeria today, a very dear friend of mine who is an Igbo lady. And she saw my post on Instagram and sent me a voice note and said, Bridget, this thing that you are saying, so it's not only Igbo people, it's across the whole of Nigeria. Yes, it's not only Igbo people. Are all Igbo people deleting their wives? No. Are all Igbo people, abusive husbands? No. As a matter of fact, some of you that watched me from when I started this channel know how I used to praise Igbo men. I probably dated Igbo more than any other tribe. I actually thought I was going to marry an Igbo man because I only ever dated, even though I'm more like closer to Yoruba culture in terms of language and, culture, it was mainly Igbo people that I dated. Surprisingly, I actually thought I would marry an Igbo man. I don't care about tribe. But if you and I want to be honest tonight, we know that there are things that are fundamentally wrong across Nigeria, especially in Igbo land when it comes to culture and tradition. And that's what we are going to talk about tonight. I want to take a different look because there are so many things people have said about Osinachi, about Chichi. There are several videos. We don't need to rehash the story. A lot of people already know what happened. Okay? So there's no point telling the story, but let's look deeper. It's something that leads to something. So what are we looking at tonight? I want us to look at why these women feel the need for them to remain in those relationships. So we're mainly going to dwell on Osinachi tonight because we already talked about Chichi last week extensively. These are the two women that we're talking about, but we're dwelling on Osinachi. Amber, thank you. No, because I'm angry. I am. I'm seriously angry, and you all should be angry as well. You all should be angry. If you're an Igbo woman, you should be angry. If you're an Igbo man, you should be angry. Look at these women and think. Before you say anything tonight, think if they were your sisters. Would you feel the same way? Would you be here protecting a culture, that a tradition that you know that it is flawed, that we need to do something about? So think about it. Just think about it. So it's not about calling anybody names. We are not talking about individuals. We're talking about a culture and tradition that doesn't serve anyone anymore. And I want to be looking at it from the perspective of the culture, tradition of in Igbo land. And I also want to look at it from the church. We're talking about the church tonight. Okay? Because Osinachi was a minister. She was a minister of the gospel. And I watched Augusta Gold yesterday, and she said so many things in her video, and she was talking about how can God allow this to happen to someone who was in his vineyard worshiping him daily. How can it happen to a woman like that? And I was saying to myself, I say, you know what, that God, we can never question God. God allows good and evil to coexist for a reason best known to him. No one can understand it. Yeah? Right. So we are talking about Igbo because these two women are Igbo. And my people, the reason why I'm saying that we should put tribe aside tonight completely is that in the past 2 weeks, two Igbo men have been deleted in the diaspora. Okay, you guys remember the guy in Australia, right? That Oyibo get delete. The one that just happened in the US. How many of you saw the video of the girl? She's walking up and down. The Oyibo girl is all out. She went to a bar. She was in a bar. She was in a bar. I saw the video. People were tagging me. I'm so sick and tired of doing this story. I don't want to do these stories anymore. Enough is enough. So that's why I feel like tonight, this has to be said. And I don't even care who's going to be offended. Because we are speaking facts. So, Osinachi, beautiful woman. All I can think, I never knew her. I didn't know her. I know the song. I know the song, Ekueme, Ekueme, you are the living God, oh. Eze, no, and the thing about if Igbo women wants to sing, especially the ones that sing gospel, oh my God. These women are gifted with what they call voice. They are gifted. Someone like this woman, I never even knew her name. She's not that famous, but the song, you cannot say that, you are a Christian and you've never heard Ekueme, Ekueme. Elizabeth, these are just the kind of these are just the kind of comments that I'm blocking tonight. You hear me? You are married to an Edo man and is equally abusive. It's the grace of God that you are still alive. Remain there. Stay there with him. See, I say it all the time on this platform. There is no medal for who suffer past. So if you want to come here tonight and be trading, whether it's Igbo or it's Edo or it's Yoruba or it's Fulani that is more abusive than the other, then there is nothing to gain and there is nothing to learn. Now, better thing that they talk, say, okay, now we do and pass. Not a bad thing. What is the point in comparing notes when it comes to something that is we are talking about human people's lives being deleted? And some people, all they care about is comparing notes. Oh no, it's not this culture. It's this one. Oh no, 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 no. It's not only this Igbo people. It's Edo people. It's Yoruba people. It's Ishan people. And I'm like, seriously? You want to trade notes? You want to compare and contrast? There is a medal. You know, when you go Olympics now, you have different medal. There's gold, silver, and bronze. So we should start doing comparison so that we'll know the one that will take gold. We will know the one that will take silver, and we'll know the tribe that will take bronze. If it's something that is good that you want to give out. We are talking about a deeper issue of how these women have literally 4 children they've left behind and deleted at a very young age. And you know something that my friend Chama was saying today, that she never knew that this lady, Osinachi, was 40. Is it 42 or 43 they say she is? She looks older. If you see her, you would think she's in her 50s. But look at that beautiful smile. Just look at that beautiful smile. She looks way older than her age. Why? Mongo Park. Now we understand that the Mongo Park is the one that is her manager. Okay? Is the one, she's 42, right? Okay. How can a 42-year-old look like this? So now that she's gone, first of all, let's talk about the statement that they released when Osinachi left. I want to believe that she left to be with the Lord. I have consolation in believing that she's with the Lord, even though it is not right and it's way too early. She should have been here for her children. She should have been here to live. She is gifted. God has given her a voice for a reason. And somebody decided that she will not be here long enough to fulfill her potential. And you are here defending tribe. You are here defending tribe when we are talking about somebody. Look at this woman. Just take a look at her. Tell me if she was your sister, you will come here and say, I'm always talking about Igbo people. But then you don't like Igbo people. So I said to my friend Chama today, I said, you know what? One of my sisters was married to an Igbo man. Yeah, I had to tell her the story today because I wanted her to understand where I'm coming from. My sister, she's still there. She's in Nigeria. They lived in Kaduna. She was married to an Igbo man from Imo State. His name was Matthew Nweke. And this man was the most loving, the kindest, most romantic, very funny guy that every member of my family, me particularly, I loved him so much. Nice guy. Family oriented, hardworking, loving, caring. You see how you say men are not they are not emotionally available. He was everything. He wasn't blessed, he wasn't rich, but he struggled to provide for his family. Guess what? He's no longer with us. Unfortunately, he left to be with the Lord very early. I don't know why good people know they last. So I told that story to my friend Chioma today, and I said, so that's to tell you that I am not saying that all Igbo men are like this. They are deleting their wives, or all Igbo men are abusive. But there's something fundamentally wrong in the culture that makes men think that they own their women, their wives, that their wives is property. And that is the angle. This is where I'm coming from. So are we going to pretend as if... And then she told me of her own experience of how, a guy she knows was boasting and saying, oh, the wife is the property. She was he was saying it jokingly, but from joke now, when somebody is serious, saying that your wife is a property. And this leads us to the issue of bride price, which we are coming to discuss another time. Now, it's not all Igbo cultures that charge really high or take really high bride price. Look, my friend Chama was saying to me that even the father didn't take any money. The little money that the husband gave, he still gave it back to the husband. But there are some parts of Igbo land where the bride price is so exorbitant, it is so high, and the men feel like If they have to come up with these millions to pay for your bride price, then you are their property, whether you like it or not. And then in some families, when they are so poor that they cannot return the bride price, these women are made to remain in such relationship, whether they like it or not. And I'm here to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, today, whether you are Igbo, you are not Igbo, you are Naija, you are not Naija, nobody owns any human being. You cannot even afford to buy somebody's nail. You see this, what they call it? Fingernail that will cut and throw away. You can't afford it. I don't care how many millions you have. There is something fundamentally wrong with the culture of people thinking that they possess other people, that they are property. So Osinachi was in church, and this is the church he attended, according to what people are saying. It's a church in Abuja, one of the biggest churches in Abuja. It's a cathedral, 100,000 capacity. That's the church. It's called Dunamis International. When this church was built, people were making videos about how, the resources that may have gone into building this church. I hear that she's one of the lead singers in this church. So they say she's one of the lead singers here. And I went to check the pastor. That's the pastor. His name is Dr. and Dr. Mrs. Eneche. They are both medical doctors who became pastors. So I went to check their page to see what they are saying, because I saw that Pastor Funke did a video yesterday and condemning it and advising women. And I'm saying, for once, I'm listening to what she's saying. This is what she needs to say more. And I remember I went to Pastor Kingsley's page, Kingsley Okonkwo, and I said, look, every day you are preaching about marriage, Oga. You are preaching about marriages every day. You need to start talking about abuse in the church and how pastors are enabling this and telling women to go and pray. Go and read Psalm. How many of you saw that post that was trending yesterday? Read Psalm 90. The boy was saying how the father deleted the mother, and she was praying for him to change. The pastor told her, read Psalm 19, continue to read Psalm 90, read Psalm 40. Now, Psalm, this woman read till the day where they delete her. So, they came out and told us that Osinachi had throat cancer. And I'm wondering, where did that story even come from? Who came up with that? Who came up with that story? Is this the husband? Is this the family? Is this the church? They did not even say a word today. Pastor Eneche did not post one post. And guess what? One of my subscribers who attended the church, this is what she has to say. Let me read it out to you guys so you see. She said, Auntie B, this one pay me. I attended Dunamis today. This is from Toby. She's in Abuja. I attended Dunamis today. Nothing was said about her. That's Osinachi. They danced and sang like normal. They even rescheduled the workers' meeting that was supposed to hold. They talked about the many miracles they did in Cameroon at the weekend and advertised every other program, but no mention of Osinachi. So they were in Cameroon. This one that I showed you, it was posted 20 hours ago. They were in Cameroon. No mention. So all of you that are Christian sisters here, that are ministers, you are workers, I'm not saying you shouldn't work for the Lord, though. It is very, very rewarding to work for the Lord. But just know that if anything happens to you and your pastor encourages you to stay in an abusive marriage, if you delete, the next day, church will hold prayer meeting. On Sunday, pastor's wife will wear her biggest cap. She will wear her biggest cap and she will still sit in her seat. They will do church prayer. They will do all the program they normally do. They will not mention your name. As big as Osinachi was in that church, there was no mention. What does that tell you about the role that these pastors play in aiding, covering up? And when the woman goes, they are the one that will wear the next one that will come. So if you are sitting there thinking, oh, I'm praying, pastors say I should go and pray, church goes on. It will go on. Nobody's going to remember you. You know, the people that will remember you is your children. is your mother, is your father, is your brothers and sisters. Those are the ones that will remember you. So if you continue to stay in a relationship that you know that, you see, life, it is very fragile. Life is so freaking fragile that, like the one we hear say happened to Osinachi, that here say they say the man kick him for chest, and she went into coma. Now inside coma, now she no wake up again, and they were lying to us that she had throat cancer. And now all the friends are talking. All the colleagues who they do music together, they are all talking. And in the midst of final revelation now, where everybody is saying that, oh, she confided in me. And the first time I saw her, she opened up to me. She told me what she was going through. The husband was very controlling. Every time she's pregnant, he sends her packing. Then when she has a baby, he will go and bring her. He was managing her money. He did not allow her to touch her money. Right? Frank Edwards, one of the gospel ministers, is that his name? Is it Frank Edwards? Something Edwards. I don't know if his name is Frank Edwards, but something Edwards said that one time there was a people that were interested in taking Osinachi to come and minister. She was begging him, literally begging him, please don't tell my husband that I'm being paid. Because if he knows, he's going to collect the money. How on earth can one person be working, the other person will be collecting the money? She's the one singing, she'll go to events, she'll sing. Then this Mongo Park will sit down, be collecting the money and taking the money, appropriating the money as he likes. If you like, you go give him. If you like, you no give him. She was literally living in fear. And a lot of them were saying, even the counselor that spoke, I saw all the posts. And she said that she was praying, she had to keep it confidential. She couldn't tell anyone. And a lot of people were, a lot of people were not happy that her friends couldn't help. Yeah, she was his ATM. She was his ATM, Lola. A lot of people were saying, oh, how come you people are talking now? Why didn't you talk before? Why didn't you speak up before? I'm kind of divided about that because I know what confidentiality means. And I also know that having worked, with women who are experiencing DV for so long, I understand completely that until a woman is ready to leave, no matter what you do, they will remain. Even if you remove them, they will still come back. Especially these ones that believe that, oh, I'm a minister. How is it going to look if they know that I'm divorced? How will the church take it? Will they allow me to minister? Will I still be able to sing gospel? Marriage status in Nigeria. What is the impact it's going to have on her if she leaves? These are all the things she may have been considering. I'm sure that's why she said, okay, let me be praying. This is my cup. And then I saw the most outrageous post today by somebody that obviously is so senseless. And I don't even know how to describe this human being. He calls himself Pastor Newman. So, women, those of you, I know most times when women are not happy, when you have problems in your relationship or in your marriages, pastors are the next people that you turn to. God is the next person you turn to. Praying is the next thing you do. It's all good, but be very, very, very careful the people that you submit to in authority spiritually, because your pastor can become the person that will send you to Jesus Christ. 6 feet, early one that you didn't prepare for. This is what this human being said. She said that Osinachi suffered and was deleted in the Lord. And he's talking about the criticisms, how people are criticizing whether she should have left or not, and that we don't know what God told her. He said how they use God to manipulate people. So God, this merciful God, that is a just God and loving God, will tell a woman to stay with a man that was always sending her, that was always... So Newman said that we don't know what God told her. God told her to stay. That we don't know whether God told her to remain in the marriage, but all will be revealed in eternity. This is a Mongo Park pastor. Okay? And that's why you have to be very wary of people that answer that title. Anybody can wake up and call himself a pastor. These people, oh my God. I wish women would just learn that, they are human beings like you and I. A title doesn't make them qualify. They are not therapists. They are not trained. Some of them are bloody illiterates. So he's making a case of how this was her cup of suffering. Because everyone has their portion of suffering for the sake of Christ. So what Osinachi went through now is for the sake of Christ. You see how he twisted it? You see how he changed it? How is the suffering relating to Christ? Christ wanted Osinachi not to live, having given her that gift of singing, that she could sing, and a lot of people are testifying of how her music has helped them through difficult periods in life. This is what Newman is saying. That even if you dodge your own cup of suffering, you may not receive the well done reward. You see how twisted, and I don't even know how to describe this human being. Then he started quoting the scriptures. So DV now is part of persecution for Christ. That is part of the cross that you carry now for Christ. My people. Hey, there is fire on the mountain. Yeah, yeah. There's a lot going on. There's a lot of unlearning. There is a lot of unlearning in Christendom going on. I called that Pastor K today. I was like, he replied me and he was like, I've been teaching. You too, you should teach. I said, I haven't had time to reply. I'm going to reply him tomorrow and tell him, sir, with all due respect, I've been teaching this every day. They come here and tell me that I want to remove women from their husband's house. Obodooyinbo is in her husband's house. She wants to remove women from their husband's house. This is what they say. For every person that has said that about this platform, go and look for Osinachi's children and Chichi's children and please explain to them what's happened to their mother. And make sure you have school fees ready to train those children now that those women are not there. And you are going to provide emotional support. You're going to provide for them and you're going to love and care for them the way their mothers did. So I'm going to reply to him and say to him, Pastor K, without due respect, I'm not a pastor. So they will not respect me the way they respect you. If you say it now, they will believe you because you are a pastor. Nigerians believe any bullshit that comes out of pastors' mouths. But if I say it, I am that woman that doesn't want women to remain in their husband's house. If a woman that is not married says it, oh, she's a feminist that is angry because she's not married. That's why she's telling women to leave abusive relationship. So you that is married now, they don't have anything to say again. Now, what they will say is that, okay, you are teaching women bad things. You are giving them bad advice. Every day we stay here, morning till 9, shouting. There is no award. Nobody gets award from being deleted. Run, leave, DV, 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 DV. Yeah, Pastor Kingsley preached about abuse. He should preach more. It's not enough. All of them needs to preach more about it. I saw Pastor Funke making video yesterday. That's the first time I'm seeing her making that kind of video. How many of her videos have you seen? Thousands of videos. She goes around churches preaching. When has she ever? She's always telling us how to protect your husband, how to cover your husband, how not to do your husband. Always women. Victoria Yama had to call her out the other day and say, Madam, I beg. Enough is enough. Let women rest. Talk to the husbands for once. Talk to men for once. The one when women they hear right from when we were born. Right from when we knew what was left and right. Now they don't train us about how to treat men. Who is teaching the men how to behave, how to be husbands? Who is training our sons to become men who knows that it is not being masculine or being a husband doesn't mean that you have to be hitting or putting your hands on another person's child. So Osinachi will go, she will come back. She will go, she will come back. Why? What will people say? She's a minister. How is she going to carry on doing her job as a minister, of which she's the cash machine for this Mongo Park, if she leaves marriage? The judgment that Nigerian society will judge her alone. Remember, we talked about how marriage is a status here. The other day, we're talking about how in Nigeria, marriage is a status. If you are not married, the society condemns you. You are seen as a failure if your marriage ends. Women are seen as failures when you're married. And that's why you see there's a lot of shading. People always talk down on single mothers. They use the fact, say you born pikin, you no get husband, or your marriage don't end, or you are a widow, or you are divorced. They use and they insult you. As if somebody just wake up one day, say, I not marry again. Have you ever seen a woman that is going into a marriage? Women are the most excited about marriage. Right from when we start dating, that's when we start planning our wedding. We start thinking of the wedding dress we want to wear. We start thinking of all the things we want to do. Wedding. Women care so much about wedding, marriage. So the day that you're saying I do, I don't see any woman that will be, that day when she's saying I do, she'll be saying, oh, maybe after 2 years, I won't do again. No, I do now, but I don't in 4 years. No, it's circumstances. It's circumstances that make people make that very tough decision. Sometimes we've seen women over and over come to this platform and tell us why they took that very difficult decision to leave those relationships. Their sanity, their life, their children, not to be deleted. How many you want to talk? If you want to see, we literally have a playlist about women that are coming here to download on us every day. Sometimes I have to pace it because the stories are so heavy. And I remember one of my bros here was saying to me today, Omoti, are you there? Was saying to me today and say, Auntie B, I didn't even know that this issue is this deep until I started watching Obodoyibo TV. And I said to her, I said, you know what? We've not scratched the surface yet. Do you know how many women come to my DM? They come to my WhatsApp and they say, Auntie B, please, oh, I don't want to be no. I don't want anybody to hear my voice. Oh, I don't want to. I say, okay. Anything you say you want, now I want for you. I'm not going to force you. I can't. At this time, I mean, it's come to a point that I don't even have the energy to preach anymore to people individually about the need for them to run away when they are in situations like that. Because no matter what you say, they will say, he's the father of my child. He's the father of my children. What will people say? Is it only me that will come and be divorced in my family? Is it only me that will come and be a single parent? Only me will be a single mother? What will people say? In my family, there is no divorce. The scope is too wide. We are not scratching the surface. The Nigerian society has normalized abuse to the point of it is the abusers, they celebrate the abusers. They will raise their hand up. They almost giving them a medal. But you that is the victim or the survivors, is you they will shame. They will shame you. Other women will even be the one that will first start shaming you. No, Siam. That's why it be. Now you make a marriage no work. Why your husband leave her? Now why your husband leave her be that? You know if you stay husband house. You know, Siam, you know, they will use and they curse you. You know if you stay husband house. Without knowing your story, without knowing what you've been through, without wearing the shoes that you've worn for years. If you dare to leave, you dare to say, oh, but your born is still okay now. At least in the diaspora, women have the authority in their corner. You have the legislation. You have Olokpa. Olokpa will even come and tell the man to leave. So it's even more easier for women in the diaspora. But in Nigeria, oh my God. So many factors. And this is what we are talking about tonight. The cultural factors. Where was Osinachi's family when all this was going on? Where were her brothers? When all this were, they want to tell me that they don't know this is what this man has been doing. Because I always tell you one day that when these things happen, whenever we come here to sit about talking about women being deleted, not be that they start. It don't start tay. Okay? Not be the day when they first start, not be that day that they delete. But because you keep enduring it, you keep praying. Your pastors keep telling you to go and pray. Some of women will go to mountain, they will leave, they go move. You will see women, you see some women in Nigeria, they are so frustrated. The only problem they have is the problem that the husband has not allowed them to have peace. There's no peace. There's no happiness. There's no joy. They are suffering and smiling. So they'll be going from one church to the other, looking for miracle. All their prayer points is God, change him. God, change him. God, make him a new man. God, please give me peace in my home. God, please, because that word divorce is something that a lot of Nigerian women will never entertain. They will never. Talk more of a woman that was in ministry. So people were asking the question, if Osinachi left, would those churches still call her to come and minister? So, you see, it's a collective problem. What I'm saying to you, ladies and gentlemen, is that this is a collective problem that we have in our society. It starts from the family that you come from. Parents that encourage women to stay. Your mothers will tell you that, I better go. Can't you see what I've been through in your father's house? Stay. And your fathers will tell you, you cannot come back to my house. Don't come back. Stay in your husband's house. If you come back, they'll send you packing. If you are telling them this is what I'm going through, they'll say, I don't care. Go back to your brother's house. Okay? That's where it starts from. Then the society, the culture. Somebody said Osinachi has 5 sisters and 1 brother. They knew about it and advised her to leave. Even in 27, when she told the family, when he told the family he will bring her, they've been advising her to leave. Okay, if that's true, good. At least they will know now that they've tried. They are justified in their spirit that they tried. So now it brings us to culture. We talked about the religious part of it. Christianity, churches in Nigeria. Nigeria is one of the most religious countries in the world. Literally every street in Nigeria, there is a church. You have the small ones, you have the medium one, you have the big one, you have the massive one, you have the big dome that have 100,000 seaters. People have no jobs in Nigeria, no employment. You see vibrant young people graduated first class, first degree, second degree. They are looking for jobs everywhere. Nigerians don't create industries. They don't manufacture anything. What we create is churches. Every day, different churches. That's what we have in abundance. Okay? And I'm a Christian. I believe in God. But is opening church every day going to solve the problem that we have in Nigeria? My people, let us ask ourselves the critical questions. And I heard this Daddy Gio saying the other day, boasting and saying that how they are going to open over 2,000 churches. In my mind, I'm thinking, oh God, if only it was just industries that he was talking about now. If it was companies he was talking about, at least, no matter how small, they will employ 5 people. And those 5 people will provide for, they provide for families. Then, his wealth will be generated. Creation of employment. There will be more money. People will be productive. No. All we are talking about is how to build more churches every day. And the 80% of the people in those churches is women. It's women. Women are the ones in the front row. They are the ones that contribute the most. They are the ones that they give position before you know it. And I'm not saying that people shouldn't serve God. I'm not saying people shouldn't serve God. It's good to serve God. It's good for us to know that, yeah, you belong to you were created and you have to serve the creators. But is the church serving the people? Is the Nigerian church serving the people who go to churches? Please, I need answers. That's actually a rhetoric question because I already know the answer. And it's a no. It's a no. Otherwise, why would Dunamis International Church, one of the biggest churches in Nigeria, where Osinachi was a renowned singer, and they did not even acknowledge her? Not a single, oh, our sister is going to be with the Lord. Let's have a 1-minute silence. to show respect for this woman? Nothing. They just did like she did not exist. And you want to tell me that nobody in that church knew what she was going through all these years? Does she not attend the church? Is the husband not in the church? Has she not confided in somebody in that church? Even if they don't know, let's say that nobody in the church knew, because I'm assuming now that they know. Because according to what everybody is saying, she wanted to keep it very quiet. She didn't want to tell anybody, and she didn't want anybody to say anything, right? So now that they know this is what happened, why are they silent? They say that he did question and answer. That so I see somebody saying that that Pastor Neche did question and answer. Where is the post? Where is the post about Osinachi on their page? Oh, it will stain their page, Abby. Her picture will stain their page, because when you go to their page, all you can see is that the GO, that different program, she and the husband and wife with different outfits everywhere. Lagos alone has 10 million churches. One city, 10 million churches. Only Lagos alone. 10 million, guys. Just allow that to sink in. And how is this church, or all these churches, 10 million churches, how does it reflect in the society that we live in when you still have Mongo parks like this everywhere? I'm sure he was with her in church every day. Look at him. Just look at him. He was there in church with her. I hear he's very controlling. He's the one that collects her money. He manages her. If he doesn't allow her to take a job, she cannot take it. He will tell her to go. He will put her away when he wants, and he will take her back when he wants. Treats her like a piece of property. And this is what I'm saying to you, my Igbo brothers and sisters, tonight. All of you need to start shouting on social media now and be preaching against this culture and tradition that sees women as property. A human being cannot be your property because you pay bride price. I don't care how much you paid. He was there in the church now. What about Chichi's husband? Look at him now. Another Igbo man. This one, he took Chichi's brother. Chichi's brother, a young man. A young man. I saw a video where the auntie was. Oh, I wanted to post it, but I'm mindful of what I share. I don't want people to be traumatized with so much of this heavy. I can take it, but I know it's too much for some people. And the auntie said how he's been doing this every time. This is what he does. People who know Chichi, some people send me a message on WhatsApp. Chichi's mother will go to their house. This man will descend on Chichi's mother. Imagine your own mother-in-law broke her laptop dealing with the woman, and they still reconciled. If only she stayed in Scotland. Go and watch the video. It's all over Nigerian blogs. You'll see it. He disconnected he disconnected the water in the house before the day that Chichi came back. Unfortunately, Chichi went back to that house. And in the night, now he just bring petrol. Chai! My goodness. Not a single thought in his mind that this is the mother of my children. And you still wanted to come here and be talking about tribe. Who tribe help? What is the significance of a tribe, of your tribe, if we are not talking about how to change some of this obsolete custom and tradition? What is the significance? How does it serve anybody? See, culture was made by man, and it is only man that can change it. Don't say, oh, this is how my forefathers did it. Your forefathers used to ride horses. Are you riding horses now? Why are we riding cars and trains and flying by aeroplane? Why don't you stay in Lagos and ride horse to America? Because this is how your forefathers used to travel. My point is that culture was made by man. Culture did not make man. Man made culture. And man, when I mean man here, I mean human beings. And it is the same human beings that must change this culture. We must. And if you're an Igbo person here tonight and you are listening, I expect you to be very angry and saying something. Because Chichi is not my sister. She's not my bloodline, no. But she's a woman. And I know the struggle of a woman. She's got children. Osinachi is a woman. She's not related to me. I've never even heard of her before until yesterday. I know of her music, but I didn't even know her name. I expect everybody to be so angry and speaking up now, and not you come here and say, hey, culture, tradition. So much in this culture that we need to scrape, we need to get rid of totally, so that women can feel safe. Bo says something here all the time. I will never forget. I'm going to get someone to write it up for me, and then we can start sharing it and post it on Instagram and all social media handle. Any country that does not protect women, it does not protect the most vulnerable, which is women and children, that country does not thrive, it does not prosper. It does not, it is not a progressive culture or country. That is Nigeria for you. That is Nigeria for you. And a lot of Igbo men, why I'm talking to you tonight, why you brothers need to go and reflect, is that this pride, the pride, yes, your wife is your pride. Good, it's a good thing your wife is your pride. You married her legally. You know, in some cultures in Nigeria, they don't do any marriage ceremony. You just pack and you follow stay. Okay, but Igbo people try. The marriage thing is a big deal, which is good. I respect that. But marrying somebody does not mean that that person now belongs to you as a piece of property that you own them. No, you don't own anybody. It doesn't mean that you have to be controlling them. So controlling, possessive, that they cannot move an inch. Everything they do has to be signed by you. A lot of women don't have voices, especially if it's women that were raised by parents who are not very assertive. Then you just believe that you want to be controlling everything they do. It happens in the US, it happens in the diaspora a lot as well. We have an Igbo brother who told us the last time. Remember, I read a comment to you about the number of divorces in the US, in Nigeria, and how Igbo men are deleting their wives up and down. And are we still going to sit down here and we'll be so afraid because we don't want them to think we are tribalistic? Who bloody cares if you think I'm tribalistic? Who cares? So what? We are looking at something that is facing us now. This thing is looking us in the eye, and is bringing a lot of headache. It's causing us a lot of pain. And people can still not look beyond tribe. So, yeah, somebody is speaking Igbo here. Let me try and read it. Ikoro Ma said, in Igbo language, usually said, Dibu, okay, Dibungu Nai. Okay, husband is the pride of the woman. Yeah. Yeah, your husband is the pride of the woman. And somebody was raising the issue of Ada, how some women are also, precious to go and marry anyhow, settle, get into any relationship because Ada is supposed to marry before the younger ones. That's another cultural, a very wrong culture in Igbo land that needs to change. The fact that you are Ada, if you cannot find a husband and the younger one wants to marry, let them go and marry. God's time is the best. Why should you feel the pressure to go and marry because you are Ada? So Ada is the first daughter. So it means that there is pressure on you to marry first. And this is what someone who knows Chichi was saying to me on WhatsApp. And she's an Igbo person was telling me that the pressure for Adas to marry is too much. And that's why Chichi insisted on marrying that man and getting into a relationship with a man who eventually deleted her. Is that not a culture that should have been uprooted today? The fact that you are that, does it mean that you... What if God does not... it's not time. You haven't met the person yet. Or you are pursuing other things and marriage is not your priority. This is 2022, for goodness sake. Our people... Some of this culture and tradition that we hold on to are so bloody a cake. It makes me sick to my stomach. If my younger sister wants to marry and I've not seen somebody that I like, should I be pressured to go and marry any other person because I am a da? So I must marry before my younger one. My people, I am so glad that I'm hearing this from several Igbo people tonight. Inkilondo say I'm Igbo and I'm angry. I'm no man's property. We need to speak up and change the narrative. Thank you. Yeah, I've ranted for almost 1 hour now. I'm going to allow people to talk. Something needs to be done. Everybody needs to speak up, my people. We need to speak up. We need to speak up. There is too much that is wrong in these cultures and traditions. Yes. A lot of Igbo men are not speaking up, especially the elderly ones in the villages are not speaking up because it's favoring them. All this bright price nonsense that they will give you a list of 10 million naira, go and bring, 50 million naira, go and bring. And then the man now feel that they own you. Umuada, what about that one? Umuada. I hear that that's another wahala entirely. Culture does not make man. Man made culture. And culture needs to evolve. Otherwise, it doesn't serve people. And this is what happens when it does not evolve. You see? Now so. Now Baba things go they bring young women, beautiful women, will they lose them because of culture. Look at her. Just look at her. What do you want to tell the 4 children now? You want to tell the 4 children that because of culture or because of religion? That's why Osinachi stayed. My people, it is time to talk. It is time for us to be realistic. It is time for us to be brutally honest and call it out for what it is. You're welcome. You're my first guest tonight, and I know you're an Igbo girl. Welcome, my darling.
Hello, Auntie B. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm hearing you, my darling.
Oh, you know what? I'm so happy that you're talking on this. I am proud of you. I understand your anger. I can feel your pain. And I have been livid. I've been talking to my friend in the UK like all morning here in America. And I am an Igbo girl. So if there's anybody here who is going to be pissed at the fact that I'm saying nasty things about our culture, please, you can pause the video for a bit and step out. Let us be frank. I am in my 30s, and I remember that when I first moved to America, somebody introduced me to an Igbo guy called Uche here in America. He's a big boy in New York and all of that. And we got talking and stuff like that. And then he asked me about my age, and I told him my age, and he was like, whoa. Now, let us face it, the Igbo women on this platform, they know. They like to catch them young.
Mm-hmm.
An average Igbo man wants a girl that is half his age. They want a woman that they can control and own like a property. This is the culture. It is innate in the Igbo culture. I am so pissed. And this is because this is how it has been with the Umuadas in the village, with the Umunnas, with all of these people who collect the bride price, sell their daughters, and the man goes home thinking that I own this girl. I can do whatever I like with this girl. This person is my property. So you factor in the age difference. I want you guys to look at the picture of this war man, the one that set whatever fire on the beautiful woman from Scotland. Look at Osinachi. Look at this man. See how far apart they are in age. This is not about them being war. These are old men who are older than this woman by 15 or 20 years. Let us face the fact. My sister is 40 something. Her husband is in his 60s. And when she got married to that man, it was like, hey, she has found a husband, blah, blah, blah. I mean, they all live in Europe and all of that. But in my mind, I'm like, how can I marry a man that is in his 60s while I'm in my 40s? I am sorry to say, but it is part of the Igbo culture. My sister succumbed to the culture and she's living that life. I think somehow she started finding her voice and she runs the show. The husband can't say a word in Europe right now. But I know that the case will be different if they were living in Lagos, Nigeria, where we were born and raised. This has to stop. And also, I want to cite Pete Edochie. Pete Edochie is the actor of Things Fall Apart. And I remember when he was talking trash about women and how women should shut up. The Igbo culture is that when your husband goes out and cheats, just make sure you give him condoms so that he won't come and infect you. But otherwise, the women are meant to be silent. The Igbo culture, actually promotes the fact that the woman is supposed to be seen and not be heard. You as an Igbo woman, your lips are supposed to be sealed with tape. You're supposed to be silent. It's a show of respect to your husband and their people. This is shameless. Culture is transient and evolving. Auntie B said that. What is the point of having a culture if it would not change from what it used to be like 200 years ago? What are we talking about here? Our smart and wise women, our smart and intelligent women are being taken away from us every day. Not everybody's husband. I mean, people can look at people like
Hold on,
Ngozi
please.
Okonjo-Iweala and say, oh, the husband supported her. That's like 1 out of 1 million Igbo men. Let all the Igbo men on this platform, let's face it. We have very wonderful Igbo men, but there are few of them. Let us face it. Everyone is not going to be like Obi Ezekwesili's husband, Dora Akunyili's husband, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala's husband, Ngozi Adichie's husband. These are very few of the Igbo crop. But I tell you, most of our men are they feel like we are furniture. They put us somewhere. And so you stay there when you should be staying there. Shut up when I'm talking. I paid your bride price and all of that. I know there are people in my village who are waiting for my bride price. Uncles and aunties that I've never seen. I have
never contributed a dime to your education. And I know that you are a doctor who has a PhD.
They don't
How
know
much are they paid towards your education that they are waiting for bride price with their long
they're waiting. Yeah, they're waiting. People who, when my dad, left this world more than 20-something years ago, my mom was the only one who was raising us. And there they are. They're waiting. The Umuadas are waiting. Because this is how, you see, if everybody wonder what happens, why is the bride price so high? Do you know how many people who share it? It's so high. Those Umuada people that don't have teeth in their mouth anymore, they will get some. The ones, Umunnas, the ones that are working with stick, that don't even know your name, they're going to get their share too. Why are they getting a share out of your bride price when they're not even living with you in your husband's house? Why are they going to sit down on their butts and say, give me my share? That's our daughter that is in America.
Which hour? How many of them are born now?
How many of them are born now? That's the point.
How many of you paid school fees? How many of you fed her? How many of you got her to where she is today? You know what? I want us to have a panel about bride price. Please send me a message on WhatsApp. So I want it on that panel.
Oh, yeah, I can do that. Yeah, I can do that. I'll be more than happy to do that. I feel sorry for our sister Osinachi. I listened to the song she released about 6 days ago, and you can feel her pain in that song. And people will look at it and they'll be like, glory to Jesus. She's worshiping God. That woman was crying for help. That woman was crying for help. She was in that song and she was like, Ikemo, 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 Ikemo. At some point, she broke down in tears.
Mm-hmm.
That woman was...
And people were thinking that she's praising God, not
thinking that she was praising
pain.
God. How dare you think she was praising God? This woman was shedding tears in the studio. And you know what? All they needed to do was to go there and pack her things and get her out of that place.
That's what I'm thinking. So they say the family is aware. Yeah. Why didn't they take her out?
Oh, let me tell you something, Auntie B. You see, one of the things that tires me about our African families is that, this part where they say the husband, she's her husband's property. Now, they are one now. And, these our pastors need to stop this nonsense about, once you guys are married, you are one now. Every other person is an outsider. What nonsense. When it comes to domestic violence, there's no such thing as an outsider. This nonsense. I called my sister. I called my younger sister. I said, the day your husband lays his hands on you, I give you the go ahead to move back to our mother's house in Lagos. You can complain about, money and stuff like that. You can't leave your husband because he doesn't have money. You chose him. So if he doesn't have as much money and stuff like that, you stay with him. But if he lays his hands on you, you get out of that house. I don't care what the pastors are saying about it. Now, the truth is, somebody like Mrs. Osinachi has spent so much time in the church environment. These pastors have made it look attractive. You have to be Mrs. somebody. And then when you take out the Nwachukwu in her name, she's a nobody, right? In her head. In her head, the moment you take the crown, that's what they call, dibu ugu or whatever they say. The husband is the crown of the wife's head. What kind of crown is that? Does a crown beat people down? I mean,
I didn't even know that they said that in Igbo culture. I thought it was only Yoruba that has that nonsensical saying. I dislike it so much.
I grew up in Lagos. All the Lagos girls in the house should raise up their hands. The thing is, I had to then draw a line with, making friends with a typical Yoruba girl. A typical Yoruba girl will do anything to get married to a man that she likes. Tell a typical, now I'm not saying all Yoruba girls, tell a typical Yoruba girl that, hey, your mom is not feeling okay. They need that money in your hand to go and save that your mom. And there's a boyfriend who has promised her marriage. She would rather go and give that money to the boyfriend and abandon the mother in the hospital. Now, I grew up in Lagos, and I had to take that out of my consciousness. I'm not going to fall for this. Now, there's also the Igbo culture. You see, I'm caught between two worlds. My Igbo is not that smooth. My Yoruba is smoother than my Igbo. But I had to pick the two cultures and tell myself, what is it that I need to take from these two cultures that are beautiful? And what are the things that I need to throw away and toss away out of these two cultures?
Yeah.
Now, so you see, these two cultures are very similar when it comes to husbands. I don't know why women feel like they have to be impregnated by one man. See, some of these men have become sperm donors over time. They have become sperm donors. They don't even care about the welfare of their wives. Now, this Mwachukwu man was used to be a manager. This Mwachukwu he was a manager to his wife. Now, how can you ruin your source of survival?
No, he didn't know he was finally going to do it that day. You see?
Oh, yes. I think
because
so.
he's been doing it, and then finally he did the last one that sent her into a coma. I'm sure that wasn't his plan, because this is the cash register, it's the cash flow.
I totally agree. I was reenacting to my mom today that you don't kick a woman who is sitting down on a chair. They said he kicked her, and of course, she had some complications from that, and she ended up in the ICU. So I was thinking to myself, I was telling my mom, I said, definitely this man must have beat this woman down. Now, don't take my word for it. Take it with a pinch of salt. But this is me just being scientific with what could have happened, right? So he must have beaten her. She must have fallen down, and he must have thought, stupid woman, I'll give you more kicks, right? Because you don't kick a woman on the chest when she's sitting down. You would have to be on top of something to kick her on the chest, right? So according to what I heard,
he's done it now.
Yeah, he's done it now. Yes. Yeah. And it is so sad that our churches are to blame. I don't want to mention the name of any big pastor here, but I was telling my mom, this person I'm talking about is my mom's pastor. And I told my mom, I said, remember when your pastor came out some years ago and said, a woman is incomplete without a man? And my mom said, oh, he said that? My mom would do anything to defend her GO. And I said, your GO said that. Your GO came out and said, women are incomplete. It doesn't matter how far you go in life. Without a man, you are nothing. Now, when a girl hears that, they begin to sell that to their subconscious mind. And they begin to take all sorts of nonsense from people. In light of this, I tried to crack my mom up a little bit. I think it was just 3 days ago, we were talking about Yoruba movies. I love watching Yoruba movies. But if I see a Yoruba movie that the soundtrack sounds like trash, I change the channel immediately. I change the YouTube channel. But growing up in Lagos, I don't care about people who say, oh, I'm too educated to watch Yoruba movies. I am an educated person, and I love Yoruba movies. But there was one where they were...
Let's move on, my dear.
Yeah.
Let me move on, because I've got a studio full.
I'm sorry. But Uncle Auntie B, let me quickly wrap it up. So in that Yoruba movie, he says, oh, the husband's house is a learning house. When a man kicks you, he slaps you, just take it in.
It's university.
It's a university. Just take it in and forget about it and stay in your husband's house. Because
the worst part, they tell you it's university you never graduate from.
Oh,
it's a lifelong university.
Oh, Auntie V, you know what? I changed the channel so fast and I didn't waste time. So thank you so much for giving me time to talk. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Yeah, thank you. If you please send me a message on WhatsApp, I'd like to add you to that panel. We would like to have a conversation about bride price. Thank you, love.
All right. Bye.
All right, sweetie. Bye. All right. Hello. Good evening.
Good evening, Auntie B. How are you doing?
I'm all right, thank you. Do you want to contribute to the show?
Yes, ma'am. I want to contribute to the show because I feel personally pained by what has happened to Osinachi. I lost a friend of mine. We were in university together. She died from years of abuse, and there was nothing we didn't say to get her out of that abusive relationship. There was nothing we didn't do, but she kept going back. The truth of the matter is, the person being abused must desire to leave that situation. There's little or nothing you can do. When you take her out, she goes back. So a point must come where we must begin to educate our children and tell them that it is not a do or die thing. There's no medal or trophy for enjoying years of domestic abuse. It is so wrong. Now, what happens to her 4 children? Who will be their mother? Who will care for them? Nobody. And this man, I don't know if he's going to serve any jail care. He's going to come out and marry an unfortunate sister who is willing to marry him again. And so I don't know how this circle can be stopped. And our churches are not helping matters. Today I have to talk about it in our fellowship. I think there must be a platform where women can come to and share their pain and not be judged. There must be a platform that gives women a voice. There's no need enduring an unhappy marriage. Or what will people say? If not for the church. Now, what will the church do? They can only give maybe a few million for the upkeep of the children. What about that emotional care? It will never be there. So please, I'm gonna contribute. I'm gonna support whatever you are doing on this platform, and I pray that together God will help us to liberate a lot of women. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to talk to you.
Thank you so much for calling, sis. I appreciate your call. Right, we are getting there. We're talking about the impact of, culture that is not serving anyone, and how, two beautiful women under 1 week were taken from us. What can we do? If he has spoken very, very well, she's an Igbo girl, she understands the culture, and she sees the problem within the culture. And we are not saying that it's only Igbo that has problem in their culture. We're only talking about Igbo today because these two women and men they are Igbo people. So let's be specific about issues and not get emotional about, hey, it's not only Igbo, it's not only this. It is what it is. Let's call it out. It's about making changes, on learning and changing the narrative about this obsolete culture. Bio, you are welcome.
Auntie B, happy Sunday, and happy Sunday to the house there. I repeat again, in our previous shows, I've said that any country or nation that does not protect or respect women is set to doom. Okay, so this issue is it has more to do with our country, Nigeria. Okay, the culture, the belief, the norms, the way majority behave. This starts from the relationship. Okay, how do our relationship ties work? What is the belief? You see, we cannot pick things from the West that will favor us, but we know that they are good and disregard others. We said it times without number on this show, even though we share difference in opinion, that what you said from the one is what is going to continue to go. Most of these stories that we hear, if you go back to when the marriage started, that is why it sees when a man marries a woman and believes that this woman is my property, a woman that could not even buy one pure water at the beginning of marriage. And maybe in that marriage, she becomes successful and she's now trying to do what she needs to do. The man feels under, right? So now it is the position of every woman, every family, every father to tell their daughters, their children, that as they are going into any marriage, from the onset, you must not bring yourself like a slave unto that person. From the one, you must not, because if a man slaps you while you guys are dating, definitely he's going to beat you up when he's going to deal with you more, do more. I wanted to withdraw that statement, slap. If he hits you while you guys are dating, he's going to do more while you guys are in marriage. So therefore, these are red flags. And also, once you start going out with a man, dating, courtship and all that, don't put it to that man like you are his property. Everything is on him, this and that. I know we have divergent views on these issues. For instance, you can't just have a man just see himself like you are a cell phone that they bought from the market. It's not an Igbo culture. It's a Nigerian thing. It is the mentality in the average Mogopak man's brain in that country. Because the man just believe that the average Mogopak man believes that as far as I provide everything for you, or you just come here, give me children, and just be my slave. And when the woman realizes that no, that is not what I'm supposed to be in that marriage, it becomes problem. So therefore, there's no justification for that. We continue to preach it. We continue to say it. I thank you for all you have been doing. In fact, you've done more than what the pastors could not do. Let them go back and look at Obodoyibo TV. We keep saying it here. Marriage is not a trophy. Marriage is not a trophy. In fact, not everybody is set to marry before they die. It is the bitter truth, but that is the truth. Not everybody. In fact, people make mistakes and choose the wrong person. It doesn't mean you've committed a crime. If you make mistake choosing the wrong person, that is why life is all about rights. You have the right to say this choice that I've made is a bad choice. I'm redressing it. That is all. We talked about vow last time here as well. You dealt deeply on that topic, that we should address the vows for better, for worse, and all that. That the church need to address the vows. They need to look at this. So there are many things surrounding. Well, I agree that yes, in Nigeria, the most expensive marriages or bad price come from a certain tradition. Yes, I know that, which is the Igbo culture more. But every other tribe, every other culture, every other, they are all involved in this. They position women as if it is a good. That is why the average Nigerian man will pretend to do everything just to marry a woman. And once they do that, you see the effort that most men in Nigeria do to marry a woman, they don't do 50% of that effort after the marriage. I'm telling you, they put all the effort just to get the woman because they know that the way the tradition is like a trap. You know what I mean? It's like you put all your energy to catch the meat. Then once you catch the meat, it's for you. That if you make it, they can make it change for these men, for us men. Let me include myself to understand that. Listen, even though you marry this woman today, if you don't keep showing love, if you don't keep taking care of her, that marriage, it don't come out, nothing will happen. Then men will not continue to do what they need to do. So you see, men today, they can pretend just to marry you. They can do anything. I'm telling you this because I'm a man. I know what I'm saying. Even people have said to me that because you don't know, you are too open. Pretend when you don't catch her, you go come down. What is the meaning of that? That is fraud. You cannot pretend to get something, then after getting the thing, you now show yourself. It is better for a man and a woman to know themselves before marriage 100%. And when they enter there are no surprises, even if there are little surprises, but not outrageous surprise. A woman will marry a man who during marriage, even if the woman's shoe want to fall, he will pick the shoe. But once they enter house, the next day, he will say, come, go and mop everywhere. Do you know how much I spend on you? So let me end it here and let me say thank you very much, Auntie B. I know you are very emotional on this issue because it's touching. It touched you deeply, and a lot of women are not happy, regardless of tribe, regardless of location, because injury to one woman is an injury to all. And us men, please put yourself in that situation. If it is your own sister, why will a man be beating his wife? If you are a man beating your wife, ask yourself one question. If they call you, your own sister call you from her husband's house and start crying and show you marks that her husband beat her, will you be happy? So why do to others what you don't want others to do unto you? Think about this thing. This is a simple thing. Marriage is not a do or die. There are other ways to vent your anger. I have told my girlfriend today, I said, listen, if there are ways I can show you that I'm angry, but not by me raising my hand, because I can't even do that.
And communicating how you feel.
Yes.
Just opening your mouth and the good old talking. When we open mouth, they talk. Why can't you express yourself?
Talk. Or things I say, okay, no worry, go eat your food. Me, I won't cook my own. Do small yanga. Both of you play. You know what I mean? Not carry your hand. You can't fight your fellow man. You are going to show your anger. And surprisingly, they say some women, I don't know, this stuff from relationship. They say some women, the girl said, her friend told her that she can never date a man that is not authoritative, that cannot shake her. Can you imagine that rubbish? Around nonsense.
Some people are damaged. So, I mean, you have different kind of people. So some people are just damaged,
Yes.
but we are talking on a very general basis now. We are
Right.
talking about sane human beings, not all those ones where we say there's something lacking in their life when I don't know what they are looking for, But
Yes.
anyway, thank you very much for your contribution.
Thank you,
I
Auntie
appreciate it.
B. Yeah. Have a good Sunday. Yeah.
Right. Same to you. Thank you, Bill. Always appreciate you. Bumi, you are next. Your camera is on. Are you comfortable with that? Yes?
No.
Okay. Okay. Good evening, sis.
Good evening. Good evening. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
I am just, I've been devastated since Friday. I saw this on Friday night and I've not been myself. I just begin to imagine and I begin to think, how did she get to that level? Why did she not speak out? And, I try to understand and I try to see where she's coming from because you know my story. I've been there once. I was a pastor's wife. I had to leave. People will come and say, hey, why did she not? It is not easy. One. And another thing is that if you are not determined to leave, there is no amount of. I told you my parents said, leave. I told you mine. I stayed for the next 4 years and I was in it. They stopped talking to me. I stayed back. But once we make up your mind to leave, nothing is going to stop you. But all we just have to do is we have to keep talking. I was telling a friend when I was trying to share this platform with her, I said, I wish I had known this group, this platform years back before, I had that crisis, that the way I would have dealt with him, because I just began to recollect that I dealt with him in a very gentle way, even before I left and after I left. But we still have to keep, saying it and saying it and saying it. And I know it's going to help. It may not, it's going to be a gradual thing. It's going to be a gradual process, but we will get there. That I am very sure of. And this attitude, this saying that people are saying that the Igbo men, it is men generally. I remember my ex-husband would say, and how do they say? Stuff like that. And I was so naive. I didn't know what to do. It was people that had to go and tell my parents that, look, this girl will die there. You had better come and take her out. And when they came, I said, no, where did you see it in the Bible? That was the first question I asked my mom. And when people
God
went back,
hates divorce.
she now said, we told her, she was born before I came into this world. So she knows the Bible more than I do. So let's leave her. And they all left me and stopped talking to me. So people had to go and call my brothers that you people should come and deal with these idiots. Come and teach him some sense. But if the person is not ready to leave, there is no amount of talking.
Mm-hmm.
There is no amount of persuasion. There is no amount of threat you have to make up your mind. You have to make up your mind. And I want to thank God for some people, that never stopped. Since that Friday, I just started recollecting some of the talks that some people were giving me, the pep talk they were giving me then. It was those talk that was now ringing in my head when I found out that I was losing it. I was almost dying. This was not even physical. His own was not physical, but it got to. I was now like I was like a walking corpse. It was as bad as that. So if we have to start, we have to just keep on saying this. We have to keep on saying it. When we say that we are learning and unlearning, especially to the coming generation, we will not stop. We will not be tired. God is going to give us that grace. There is nothing shameful about it. And it is who is alive that can tell her story. If you are not alive, you cannot tell the story. So people should just forget that. I remember I went to church after that. After I left my ex, and because they saw the gift, and the senior pastor then wanted to, hey, very bony, okonwonko, and you know what I do? I sit at the back of the church, and once with the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, I pick my bag, mo ti gbé mọ́tò mi, mo ti lọ. So I never even mi ò tiẹ̀ fojú sílẹ̀ for anybody. I did not even give them chance to come near. But then at the end of the day, they started pushing and pushing and pushing. I had to start, hey, they want to know. Hey, daddy won't call. I'm not ready to talk to anybody. Daddy mi wà lólúyọ̀lé, bàbá mi tó bí mi, ó wà lólúyọ̀lé. Go and meet him there if you want to see my daddy. So people they shouldn't, it's high time that we start doing away with all this barbaric. I see them as barbaric culture now. I see them as barbaric culture. We should start doing away with them, and let's move on, and let's have our life. Let's have our life. Let's put a value on ourselves. And I pray that God will help. It's so devastating. It's so heartbreaking. And I pray that God will help the children. There's
Thank
nothing
you.
we can do.
Thank you
Thank you
so much,
very much.
Tabumi.
God
I
bless you.
appreciate you, sis.
You're
Take care.
welcome.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
You need to come and share your story with us. You shared your story with me personally. You haven't shared it on this platform. Because as somebody that was married to a pastor, it will help a lot of people who are in, they think they are that the GO or pastor's wife. If you could do it, it will give them, the strength to know that, okay, if Sister Bumi can do it, me too, I can do it. Because you are, like you said now, it is who is alive that can share their story.
Yes.
So please
Yes.
make our
Yes.
time and come and share your story with us. Very, very
Okay.
important. Because those
Okay.
stories empower other people, gives them the strength to know that it is possible. That's why we like to share. Thank you, my sister.
You're
God bless you.
welcome. Thank you. God bless you for the good job. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Okay, that was Sister Bumi. She was married to a pastor before and left a very, very abusive marriage. She's here today. She's alive to the glory of God, and she can share her story. Unfortunately, Osinachi is not here. Chichi is not here. How do we avoid this from happening? How do we change the narrative? That's what we're talking about. Karen, you're welcome.
Good afternoon, Auntie B, and good afternoon, everyone listening, and everyone that will listen after the show. So, when I heard this story, it broke me. I just went out to drive, and then I started shedding tears. The story of DV runs deep in our bloodline, meaning in Nigerians' bloodline. And when women don't recognize that trait in a man when you're dating them, that's when it becomes worse. When you see the red flags and then you ignore it, saying that somebody would change over time, you would change, call on the Lord, they would change. Nobody changes. You have to do the work, and then when you pray to God, work 50%, and then God will do the 50%. Because I have experienced, I'm in the WhatsApp group of um I'm doing it for my children. For
You are staying
me,
for your children
no, I'm not married. I'm saying like my parents. Like
or
I'm in
your
the WhatsApp group.
parents.
Yeah, so I'm given as an example. But
Right.
the damages that those DV, those toxic environment will bring, not every kid will uprise from that. Depression that comes with it, every toxic trait that comes with it, you will start performing bad in school. You will even think about taking your own life because of a DV environment, what it does to people's mind. And knowing that what happened to this lady could have been prevented if only she could have left. There's a saying or an adage in my language that said, "Mbonye tetara watoto ya," meaning whenever you wake up from your
It's your
slumber,
morning.
from your situation is your morning.
Mm-hmm.
Take advantage of it. Like, be proactive in making sure you get away from that situation. Don't say, oh, what will people will say, because what will people will say will damage that person, damage the children. It would take, because now broken children are broken adults.
Yeah.
And for them to have liberation, they will need a serious therapy to get over that, or else it will be a generational curse, or repeating the same cycle of,
Mm-hmm.
okay, this is where I want to stay. But most of the women that stay in this DV is already in their mind. They took the oath too hard, like, to death do us apart, or to for forever, I don't know,
They
all these.
never leave. They never leave. They take the
Yeah,
vows literally.
yeah. Me,
Yeah.
when the car keeps shaking, I go. I don't have time, and there will be no man born of any woman that will try and lay their hands on me. From what I have seen growing up, I don't condone it anymore. And
Mm.
when women should know, when a man is not financially stable, or doesn't have a career, or doesn't have any achievements, they are prone to have domestic violence in them. They are unhappy. Don't say I will build.
Frustrated.
Yeah, don't say I will build this man up, because that man will never be built up. Rather, that man will have a hidden hatred towards you. And if you're, let's say now, if you're not married, don't go for any man that you know that has nothing to offer. And I
Right.
want this generation to stand up. What our parents or our mothers went through, we will not condone that anymore.
Amen. Amen. Mm-hmm.
It's such a
All right.
it's just heartbroken what she went through, and I'm so, like, heartbroken by it. And what some pastors are saying, using Bible to justify, that's barbaric to me. They have
Thank
myopic
you.
minds.
Thank you so much, Karen. Unfortunately, I'll have to be limiting the time people are spending because a lot of people want to contribute. OBIs, I am taking it one person at a time, and I don't know where you are trying to join from. I've got a lot of people in the studio, so if you are in the studio, it will definitely come to your time, to your turn. I don't like people calling me on WhatsApp because I just like to focus. I can't be doing this and checking the comments and looking at phone. So the link is in the comment section. Come in. I'm going to be timing people now because of time, so everybody can have their say. 3 minutes each. Hello, good evening. You're welcome. Unmute yourself, please, Mr. Amojo. Can you hear? You are muted.
Hey, Auntie B,
Good evening, sir.
how are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
First, it's rather a sad topic today. First, my condolence to Osinachi. May her gentle soul rest in perfect peace. Amen.
Amen.
Yeah, I can relate with the level of anger you are displaying today. I can relate to it. And I'm going to approach it from that perspective. One, the institutional failure of our country, Nigeria, and also the church. Because the first thing I ask myself is, when a woman is involved in DV, why should the church be her first point of call? If the society was running properly, she go to the police. That's the right thing to do. So it's an institutional failure for people not to be able to have platforms for them to address their grievances. Like Karl Marx will say, religion is the opium of the masses. I'm not surprised when I saw the post you shared today of someone who was in that church and no mention was made of the incident that just took place. Because I have always said that by God's grace, I'm a Christian. I profess the faith and I practice it, but I think in Nigeria, the church is overrated. I've said it several times. I asked my wife several times that, why will a church open at 10 a.m. on a Monday morning and thousands are gathered? Why? It's an exploitation because people are just milling around, no jobs. So an exploitation is going on in our society. I saw somebody put a post that about 10 million churches are in the city of Lagos alone. Why? Because there's poverty in the land.
Yeah.
That same pastor moves to Johannesburg or moves to the UK. He can't put a service at 10 a.m. on a Monday morning. Nobody will show up. But you put up a service at 10 o'clock on a Monday morning, thousands are gathering, and you just get them excited. They get back, they go back to the same mess they are in. Lives are not changed. That is what we see playing out in Nigeria today.
Yeah.
So people are suffering, and we have outsourced our issues to God. And I keep saying, God is not a Nigerian. He doesn't carry a green passport. He is the God of the universe. He has given us principles to operate, to live. And if we follow those principles, we will do well. Righteousness exalts a nation. Sin is a reproach to any people. I will bless the labor of your hands. Whatsoever your hand find to do, I will bless it. If we don't follow those principles, we are just playing religion. Our society will not change.
Thank you very much. I appreciate
And also
you.
for the lady, the issues with women not reporting DV and TB is enormous. Cultural, family pressures. So I don't really blame this woman. It's what we need to speak out to other people who are still alive, the opportunities today, who are still alive, to know that you must look beyond what people are going to say. It is you here that is involved. You don't need to go to your pastor to go and report a DV. It's a personal choice you have to make, because at the end of the day, you are the loser at the end of the day. So I think there's so much pressure for people to go through, particularly our women, for them to be able to come to that state of decision to say, I want to move. We need to start educating women better, that can be able to take decisions. I mean, look at this woman. Financially, she was even empowered.
Yeah.
We've heard in some situations that women don't live because they don't have money. But this was even a woman that had money.
She's the one that had the money. He was the one managing the money.
Yes, but she couldn't still live. Why?
Yeah.
There were other issues. Even the church was a pressure on this woman. Would she have been given that platform if she had walked out of her marriage? So we can see the pressures on our women today. And all we can do is to keep speaking out. Keep speaking out for people to own their life and not outsource their life to their pastor, to their society. That's what I want to say.
Thank you so much, sir. Appreciate you. Okay, thank you very much, glorious husband. You always bring it home. You speak the truth, nothing but the truth. We thank God for men like you. I said I was going to invite you and Gloria to the show. I'm still working on it. Right. So we are carrying on with the conversation. You're welcome. Can you put off your YouTube or mute it so I can hear you? Yeah, I can hear you. Are you the Igbo man that wants to contribute?
I'm an Igbo man that wants to contribute.
Okay.
Thank you for the opportunity.
You're welcome.
Yeah. So the thing is, I agree with what you said. We have a problem. We have a problem as Igbos, as Nigerians in general. We have a problem as Africans. In fact, what I've also noticed is most of this traditional culture, in Africa, even in Asia, because I have a lot of Asian friends, right? I mean, Indians especially, and it's similar. Like, it's more like the men are the ones in control, the men are the ones calling the shots, the men are just there, and I disagree with that entirely. But then, yeah, I disagree with that. I don't subscribe to that thought.
Why do you disagree with it?
It's not because it doesn't make sense. It's not right. So these are things that, like someone said, culture is transient. We don't just stick to how our culture was back in the day.
Yeah.
Even if you realize a lot of things that were done.
Why do you think people are so reluctant to change culturally?
Most times it's when it favors them, and I'll explain. A lot of people are here saying this, that, a lot of things, but even the women amongst this, because I've been in the comment section since, right?
Yes.
They are enable these things.
Oh yes. Yes.
One, these people are in every toxic marriage. Most of the time, you have a toxic mother-in-law who is a woman.
Yeah.
Or you have the toxic sister on the man's side who is a woman.
Yes.
Or you have the toxic mother of a woman that's saying, now stay there.
Oh yeah.
Or you have a side chick or a second wife somewhere that is making the man maltreat the other woman. So even women themselves are enablers. And like one of my friends would like to say, we, like Black people, Africans, we don't hate oppression. We only hate to be the ones that are oppressed. I will say it again. Most times we don't hate oppression, we only hate to be the ones that are oppressed. We
Yeah.
oppress other people.
Yes.
A lot of people may not agree with me, but that is the fact. So
Yeah.
we are our culture. Forget I have friends from everywhere. I mean, all over. And I tell you, I've looked at these things. It's a cultural thing, and it's not just the Igbo culture. Of course, it's a bit of patriarchy, like so many other culture, right? But beyond that, it's the African culture, the traditional culture, even Asian culture, they're all bit of patriarchy. It's now people that are willing to more like emancipate themselves from that, that yoke, that stronghold. You want to free your mind, free yourself, right? And it takes you as a person, right? How do you want to be different? Look, I'm an Igbo man, and even I live in Canada, right? When we came to Canada, I was the one that was pushing my wife. Go to school, do this. And as soon as she went to school, I also went back to school. She said, no, she earns a lot of money, but I can earn 2 or 3 times more than that because I'm a tech guy, right? So I also went to school to study. So I don't depend on whatever she has. I earn 2 or 3 times more.
Yeah, and we're not saying that all Igbo men are abusive. We didn't say that.
No, I was coming there.
There's no need for you to defend. Look, there's no need for you to defend.
Sorry, man. Let me just make my point, but I've not made my point. I need to clarify this thing. Let's not get so complicated, right? Because a lot of people are here, talking, not commenting. A lot of people, even non-Nigerians, maybe you are this a Nigerian man, an Igbo man, and based on all these comments, a lot of people may take certain decisions. So my point is, let us judge people based on their character.
Do you care more about about judging the culture, or you care more about what's happening to the women?
I'm judging about how this would affect people's decisions.
Why do you care more about what is affecting people when 2 women have just been deleted? Why is that where you are focusing on?
So the point is people should be able to identify this toxic behavior. I watch a program and I hear you talk about red flags and all those things, right? So it's beyond the trend of look at the red flags. Most times when people are toxic, male and female, the signs are there. But sometimes people just tend to ignore them, or they feel they're in love, or they make excuses, right? So let us focus on these red flags. Red flags, if you notice this thing about this person.
So all the other things that were, I'm not I'm jumping it because I think you are doing exactly what I didn't want, which is you are here to defend your culture. And this is not about that. No, this is not about that. You are defending it and you're making an example about yourself. No, that is not the point.
But because Auntie B, I saw your post on Instagram.
Yes.
Your post was Igbo men.
Yes.
Your wife. That's
yes.
very stereotypical.
I'm not going to get into that because I said that we're talking about taking the lessons, and I think that you are here.
Because of a few people, it's unfair.
It's a few people. It's a few people. You really think it's a few people? Have you checked my channel? You are so emotional about so is the Igbo you are emotional now about defending your Igbo culture.
No, it's not about me. I'm not defending.
So why are you making example and saying that you don't want people to take that out? I'm gonna have to let you go now. You're taking me away from the topic. Go and tell that to Osinachi's children. Go and tell that to Chichi's children, okay? Why you are defending your Igbo culture. Go and say it to them. Go and what I'm telling you is that as you are defending, that you are saying that is you are standing to defend because of what you saw on my Instagram. Go and say that to Osinachi's children now.
If as a Nigerian somebody says Nigerians stop being fraud, would you buy that? That if you people are in Yahoo doesn't mean all Nigerians are like that. You buy that.
Who said that everybody is like that? Did I say that all Igbo men? Did I not at the beginning of the show? Did I not give you a story of my brother-in-law, my own blood sister that was married to an Igbo man that passed? Please, I can't have this conversation. You're distracting us from what we're talking. There are people waiting to talk. I gotta let you go. You are here just to preach about your culture, and I'm not having it. I told you before. I told you that I don't have time for that BS and all those. Don't come and campaign to me about any culture. Every culture in Nigeria have the problematic angle of it. Why are you here to defend a culture that is certainly not serving the people? Instead of you to come out here as an Igbo man to say, okay, look, I am an Igbo man, But I don't believe in certain part of this our culture. Let's change it. You are here busy trying to tell me about what people are going to take away from it. Good evening, Sister Titi. You're welcome.
Yeah. Good evening, Auntie B. Can you hear me, ma?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Bless you, ma. Thank you so very much for this that you're doing. It's and I was actually looking forward to your platform because I thought I would find some solace in the church a little bit today. But outrightly disappointed. I mean, that's the truth. Because I stayed to the beginning of the Dunamis service. I don't watch usually, but I wanted to see what's gonna happen, and it saddened me that life just continued like that.
Yes.
And everybody was just moving in and dancing and the worship and everything. I was just like, really?
Is that your church? You worship with them?
No, Auntie B. No, I just purposely watched today. Before I went to bed,
I
I
see.
wanted to see what will happen,
Nothing.
so very unfortunate.
Church
I
goes
had
on.
to. I exited, when it was testimony time because I was getting so pissed off, like I couldn't take it anymore.
Yeah.
But I just it's from the point of the church that I actually want to say, because I'm a Yoruba woman, and not because it's tribe or anything. I understand the Igbo, and I want to say that when I was doing my research back then in the university, and I was talking about I was researching more on domestic violence. It was the occurrences in the US where it was more of the Igbo men find
Deleting.
their
Please tell us a bit more about that so that Mister that is defending his tribe I'm sure he's listening. Tell us
you
a little bit more about what you found in your research.
and to be I was going through my own stuff back then, like going through DV, and I was very interested in the topic, and just a few search on Google on my research website, like we have all this academic scholastic websites that are they were at that time. At that time, this was in 2012, 13, the 20 something case studies, all Igbo, all of them. I don't know. These were articles, these were scholastic
People will never listen, no matter what
articles.
you say. And a lot of people are so scared. And I'm telling you today, my friend is Igbo, but she's lived a very sheltered life. So she doesn't know what's happening. And she was like, oh, Bridget, I think you shouldn't make it about tribe. I said, no, I will make it about tribe. Because we need to provoke this conversation. And am I saying that all Igbo men are abusive? No. I gave an example of my own brother-in-law that I loved. Don't
Absolutely.
come here and be defending any tribe.
But
If it comes to if another issue happens tomorrow and is relating to Yoruba, and we are talking about how Yoruba men cheat and then most of them are never
exactly.
faithful, I will still
Exactly.
say that Yoruba men cheat too much. They're always cheating.
Absolutely.
Without messing words, I will say it that Yoruba men
Absolutely.
are known for always having extramarital affairs.
Extramarital, absolutely.
So what are we talking about? Then you come in and say, hey, don't talk about it's not like across
No.
Nigeria.
Yeah,
Let's
these
talk
are
about my
facts.
people.
There
Let's talk
are
about people.
statistics
What is
that
wrong
back
with
this up.
you?
And I did the presentation at my university here, and it's not, this was not hearsay or anything. These are facts that are available. Statistics show. That especially in the United States. So, but unfortunately,
Sorry, Sister T, I have to pause you again. And
yes,
Dini
ma'am.
here is saying that let's focus on what happened, as it has nothing to do with culture or tradition, because no tradition asks you to delete someone. Can you see how people just put these very ignorant comments? So you don't think that there's something problematic about a culture that does not allow women to live because they are going to be labeled as failures? You don't think there's a tradition that there's something wrong with tradition that allows men to perceive women as property because they paid bride price? You see, this is what we are saying. Women are part of the problem. Women are part of the problem. And that's why people will always come here to talk about Umuada. And a lot of Igbo people here will even tell you that the Umuada, which incidentally are women, they are women,
Yeah.
are the ones that they will even make you stay there. Irrespective of your own personal feelings about that relationship, you must stay there. And they are respected because they hold a certain office of Umuada. And you are telling me that culture is not a problem. Then what are we talking about? If Igbo is not a problem, according to you people, we shouldn't talk about Igbo. We shouldn't talk about culture. We shouldn't talk about tradition. Let's not talk about religion. What are we doing here? What are we talking about?
Yeah, I think education is what our people, I mean, like most of us still need to be educated, and we leave sentiment out of all this, because this is not about being sentimental. Again, like I mean, the speaker that says God is not a Nigerian, he's not from Igbo, and he's not Yoruba. We are talking what we are supposed to, we cannot separate who you are. You cannot separate who you are from your culture, or if you have religion, we are composed of this. So we are our culture, and that is what we see. Because if everybody is saying it, this is the way, that's what we were born into, and we get to believe this whether we want it or not. So we are saying it is wrong, and it is absolutely wrong, both the cultural aspect of things and the religious aspect of things, because the church itself is doing so much damage alongside with the culture. Because if Osinachi would just die like that, and like I said in my comments, most of us don't know Chichi. She's a woman, she's a human being. That doesn't mean that she's nothing, but most of us don't know her. Okay, but many of us know Osinachi. We know the song. And I said that, like, when I heard the song Ekweme, it took me a long time before I could bring myself to listen to that song, because it was too emotional, and it felt like a mourning, a grieving song to me, until I later listened to the words. But now I realized that maybe she's been crying out for help.
She was talking about herself. Yeah.
You're thinking that she's worshiping God. She take us to a, but it's pain, out of pain maybe. But the church disappointed her. Yes, her family were reaching out. They wanted her to leave. Again, it's not an easy thing, because it's been imbibed in her, both from the culture and from the church. From every side, it is saying that if you are not in a man's house, you are nobody. And people said, will the church have given her a platform to sing if she was a single mother? Who cares?
No.
Who is going to give her a platform now?
No, won't. They won't.
Who is going to call her now?
Yes.
The culture lost, the church lost, the world lost this powerful legend. So at the end of the day, we are not talking about culture. We are not talking about one ethnic group. We are not talking. Yes, it is prevalent. We just saw it too. Chichi.
Say it with your full chest, my sister.
Chichi.
It is very prevalent in Igbo culture.
Igbo culture.
Control.
Period.
We're not saying that all Igbo men are abusive or they are no good Igbo men. I gave an example
but
of my own brother-in-law.
You get
it
right
is
from
very, very prevalent in Igbo culture.
At the beginning of the show, you mentioned your brother-in-law, which was, and that is the truth. And everybody that is good, you are good. So we don't need to defend. I don't need to, if you are calling a lion, if I'm not a lion,
why are you coming out here to come and defend your culture?
No.
Instead of you to be talking to your brothers and educating them about the need for them to change.
Hearts are broken. This is, look at Chichi. We were still talking about Chichi. We haven't even finished that one. And then this one. And many others that are happening that we have not even heard, or we will not. Again, you said you're tired of listening to this, or all of this being sent to you. I don't know exactly what needs to be done again. What should we do? We'll continue to talk about it, yes. But this is a big blow. And the church just continued, and the service, I watched. I'm sorry, I'm a Christian, I'm a born-again Christian, but we are not talking about, we are not being sentimental here. I watched the pastor dancing.
What people are seeing is how we are saying Igbo this, Igbo that. That is, they care more about what we are
Please,
saying
let's leave this.
about a particular ethnic group more than these two women.
Let's talk about the children involved, because every one of us will talk about all of
I
this.
am so
What
sick
about
and
the
tired of
children that are
Nigerians and
involved?
their tribalistic BS.
What about these
You're
children?
so emotional about your culture and your tradition.
What? This we are talking about 8 children now. 8 children, 4 in Scotland, 4 in Nigeria, who are traumatized. I mean, absolutely traumatized.
Look at them.
Children.
Just look at them.
What kind of children? What are we? Is anybody? I don't care. Even if you have billions of naira or dollars that you want to give these children, their mothers have been taken away, and they know the condition under which their mothers were taken away.
Somebody is telling you about statistics. We are talking about facts. And you are here being emotional about, hey, all I can see in the comment section is about Igbo this, Igbo that, Igbo that, Igbo this.
Let's just
tomorrow,
stop.
if it comes to Edo one, we'll talk about Edo one with our full chest, and I don't care where you come from. If it's my own people, I will talk about them. I don't care.
And to be, I want to say, please, when we are talking about stuff as serious as this, don't come and be putting your own stuff in it and I do this and I do this. We are not talking about what you are doing right now.
Exactly.
We are not talking about what you are doing. We are talking about this woman, and that is why we are here. Not about what, and I do this with my wife, I do that with my husband. Well, God bless you another time. But right here, we are talking about the pain. This is painful. This is painful. This is another woman. We need to just stop, please.
Thank you, sister. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma.
I'm so glad that you
God
spoke.
Bless you.
And you gave us that background about a research that you did in the US.
I did it.
Okay. Thank you so much, sis. I
Bless
appreciate
you,
you.
Yes, ma.
Okay, you've heard. This is somebody that has done something scholarly. This is not Auntie B said. This is not, this Edo woman is always talking about Igbo. He's always talking about Yoruba. He's always talking about this. I don't favor any tribe. I don't. We are talking about issues that we need to have this difficult conversation about. All you people care about is your tribal sentiment. All you care about is protecting your tribe. The tribe is not serving you. Your culture, these traditions are not serving you, but you keep protecting it because you don't want anybody to talk, especially if the person is not from that tribe. And that's why I'm challenging all the Igbo people out there, well-meaning Igbo people that are sick and tired of this thing happening. You need to speak up. Because someone like me now, they will say, it's because you don't like our people. That's why you are talking. But if you're an Igbo person, they cannot say you don't like your people. So all of you that are content creators, you are YouTubers, you have a platform. You need to speak up, especially if you are from that culture. You need to. Don't be quiet. It's going to happen again. And when it happens again, please don't tag me, because I'm tired of these stories. I want to do something that is more enjoyable. I'm stressed talking about this. It's stressing me. My blood pressure is going up. I don't like it. Just because people are uncomfortable. And when we come to the nitty-gritty of it, you see all this one, people keep defending, don't talk about my tribe, don't talk about my tribe. Even the tribe, you don't like each other. That is Nigerians for you. You don't like each other. But on social media, you want to come and fight as if you are the dog keeper of your tribe. Instead of listening to the deeper issues that we are talking about, lending your voice to help me to campaign. Everybody should be campaigning and educating, creating awareness about the need for people to run away from DV relationship. Women should flee. Men should stop deleting their wives. You are here busy talking about how all you hear is Igbo. ML, you're welcome.
Hi, Auntie B. Good morning, good evening, ma'am. I'm so happy you brought this up, and I'm down. I'm really, really sad about this whole story, the situation. The other caller, I just want to attest to that as well. Yes, I read that same paper while I was doing my clinical research back then as well. So it's very correct. And the Igbo culture is one of the cultures that are very barbaric and aggressive to women. aside from all this, and that is a fact, we can see all the things that happen during when their husband dies and all this treatment that women are usually subjected to. So these are usually analyzed, and there are statistics that are to back this up clinically. So moving forward, it's very, very sad that this lady passed, and one thing I am actually very angry with is the aspect of religion and how it have actually contributed, and how it is still contributing to women experiencing this kind of situation. Because God actually does not tolerate abuse. Because would you permit me to read a Bible passage from 1 Peter 3 verse 6?
You have
And
3 minutes. So as long as you
yeah,
can keep it within 3 minutes, I'm good. You've done 1 minute already.
okay. And so this is 1 Peter. This is the amplified version, where God was telling women their duties and as well as man. So in the verses of 1 Peter 3 verse 6, he said, just as Sarah obeyed Abraham, following him and having regard him. And let me just move straight to where God actually said it. And if you have become a daughter, if you do what is right without being frightened by any fear, that is, you being respectful toward your husband, but not giving in to intimidation, nor allowing yourself to be led into sin, nor be armed. So that is enough justification, because it is also there that God said he sent forth his word, he healed them and he delivered them from their destruction. The word of God is here to deliver us women. And in the church do not talk about domestic abuse in any way, because they know they are going to lose the majority of their members, because these women will start recognizing that some of these pastors are actually very toxic and abusive as well. And so it's just very painful how culture and how religion has failed the society, has closed the mouth of a lot of women, and have actually kind of like enabled the same situation. I don't even have a lot to say, because people have covered most of the things I actually wanted to say. It is so sad. I'm hungry, and I have people close to me that have actually been deleted because of DV, and what the church have even done to people very close to me as well, due to this kind of situations. I will have to talk about it another time. I don't have enough time to talk about all this, Sister B, but may I so rest in peace. And for every woman out there, God does not support abuse. If you are, I know that there are people that are listening to me that are being in abusive relationship. You are an enabler. And if you're an enabler, you're just doing disservice to yourself, the religion. Your body is the temple of the Lord. Leave as soon as you can. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You're a very good timekeeper. You stuck to the time and you did exactly 3 minutes. I can say you are a punctual person. God bless you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks for that scripture. It blessed me. Thank you, darling. Right. Asha, are you coming to stress me?
No.
Okay. Because I don't want to fight anyone anymore. Let's get to the
No,
issues.
it's not about fighting. I will
Okay.
use our local English to talk to everyone.
Anyone is fine, my brother.
Okay, hold on. You see, this thing where we did, I'm very sorry for what happened to that woman. I did very sorry. Now my wife tell me about the story, and I was so disappointed. You dey hear me, so?
I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you.
Now, let me start from the one of our claimed Igbo sister in the US. Can I go on?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Okay. Do you know anything about what she talked about?
Mute,
She's
mute
lying
what is in
against
your
the.
background. It's making noise. There's something making noise in your background.
Hold on.
Or is it not you? Maybe it's Oluchi. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. For me, I will say I'm sorry to use this language. She's talking trash.
Who?
Sorry. The first lady, the first woman that called, that first lady.
Which first ladies? What did she
The
say that she's
lady
talking trash?
the Igbo lady from the US.
Oh,
From the
Ify.
US. Yeah. Do you know in our culture, in our Igbo culture, women has right. Women, they have total right in Igbo. We defend our women. This is not about culture.
What is it about?
Let's say na church issue. When people have such a problem, they always go to church.
You think it's church?
Yes.
If Osinachi's own was church, Chichi's own is church too. Which church Chichi they go?
Okay, which one? Okay, which one will talk about the Chichi went to their village Do you hear any story that Chichi went to their village?
I
And
thought you said you didn't come to give me
they
headache.
talk about Umunna.
You just said just now that you are not coming to give me headache, and now you are giving me headache already.
Please, let.
Shebi, you say you don't want to fight me just now. Now you don't start fight now. Because you know they face the issue where would they talk, you they defend your tribe again now. And we
It's
don't
not
want
about
that
defending
defending
Igbo
of
tribe.
tribe. Why you they
No.
defend your tribe? Talk
No,
about the
no.
issue.
Okay.
Talk about the issue. Talk about the issue where they're on ground.
The only thing I can say is not about tribe. It's not about Igbo tribe. Igbo.
What is about? It's not about.
It's about
Igbo
church.
tribe. It's about church.
Church don't destroy a lot of things in Nigeria. People know a lot of things. If any woman has a problem with their,
No, see, I don't even cut yourself. The only internet cut you off. Okay, Aluchi. God no say I don't fit take anymore. Now I make the internet, let me jack him off because not be me even remove him. He talk say if he they talk trash, now what he talk that you see that is so even disrespectful. Even tell me the kind of person where you be. If he has a PhD, now you can't call the talk say she they talk trash, and you talk say your culture they defend women, and you can't they abuse person where you don't know. Now defend you they defend and so Igbo man, well done. Oluchi, I better talk.
Auntie V, good evening. Thank you very much for bringing up this topic because first I've been down from the Chichi stuff. I hadn't even recovered before this issue came up. But I'm Igbo by birth and I'm also married to an Igbo man. And I can tell you firsthand that the culture is one of the problems that we are facing, whether we like it or not. There's no point to sugarcoat it. The culture is a culture of control. They feel like when they are married to you, you belong to them. They own you. In fact, my in-laws at a point told me, say, before you go to your parents, you have to take permission. That's to tell you the level of control. I had to say, no, I'm not sold to you. But so the culture is there. The culture has failed us. The society has failed us women. And even the church has failed us. When I put up the post concerning this, and guess what? While the Igbo men were trying to be nice, trying to reason with me, the Igbo women were the ones who came after my head. And somebody made a statement, an Igbo woman. She said, some women, that there's a way they talk and they provoke their men to beat them. And I asked her, I said, so if you talk anyhow, your husband should beat you. And she says, oh, that's not what I'm saying. And I said, in this Osinachi's issue, an Igbo woman, in this Osinachi's issue, does she seem to you like somebody who was disrespectful? Can you see how a life has been wasted, a destiny has been cut short? I don't want to dwell on that because of time, but I just want to make a few points to women on why they should leave domestic, an abusive relationship or marriage. Especially those who have children. First of all, you have to protect your children. When you have children who are in that marriage, they are seeing it and it's messing with them. Now, these children grow up and they begin to see it as the norm. So they begin to feel like as a girl child, if a man treats them that way, that's the proper way. So you should even leave the marriage to protect your children. When the male children see, they begin to feel like this is the way a man should treat his wife. Especially when we come to this our so-called Igbo culture. Most of these things have been passed down from generation to generation. They have seen their fathers behave like that. They have seen their fathers tell their mother, shut up, when I'm talking, you don't talk. So that is part of the reason why we must just step out, take your children out. Protect these children. Let us change the narrative. Enough of this sugarcoating. Most of these men who are coming out to defend the culture, let them go ask their sisters, ask the Igbo women around them, what do you think about the culture? Do you think the culture is being fair to you? And I'm telling you, they know the answer that they will get. It's not paying so much on bride price. That you paid 1 million naira on bride price does not make somebody your property. I think we need to start thinking it as, I don't know. The woman does not belong to you because you have paid so much for her bride price. And then when you're having issues in your marriage, the church is not a place to run to. Because when you are sick, you go to the hospital. You see a doctor, you see a professional. When you have issues, if you need to see a therapist, go and see a therapist. If you need
Thank
to
you.
see a counselor, go, not the church, please. Enough of this. We are tired of hearing this. And I think women need to take their own destinies in their hands. We can't wait for the men to do it.
They will never. They won't do it, my darling. They will never ever do it because the culture, and that is what a lot of people are saying. I'm looking for one comment you made earlier on about how the women are actually agreeing because it doesn't favor them. And every Igbo man that I've called today has basically supported the culture, said there's nothing wrong with the culture, and the culture is not a problem. Or the other one came and was defending and say, oh, it's not all of them. Why are we saying Igbo? Igbo is the issue is not an Igbo. Oluchi, I hear you. Thank you. Unfortunately, a lot of women still have the same sentiment within the Igbo culture as well. Igbo women too support it. They support it because I don't know how to explain how you support oppression. This thing is oppressive towards your gender, yet you are supporting it. And that is beyond me. I cannot understand it, but we move. Thank you so much, Oluchi. Like we're done 2 hours now, so we're gonna round up. We're gonna round up because I've got work tomorrow, and this is 9 p.m. in the UK. Tobes, you are next. What do you have to say? 3 minutes,
Auntie,
please.
Auntie Bree, good evening. I'm so pained. I'm still trying to get myself together. Can you hear me at all?
Yes, I'm hearing you. Go ahead.
Right, okay. So while I was waiting to speak, I came across an interview that was granted by her elder sister. I'll
Mm-hmm.
forward it to you on Instagram. I was the
Mm-hmm.
one who posted that I was at I attended the service and I waited all through. I was there from beginning till end,
Mm-hmm.
hoping to see, maybe they would do a montage about her or like do a minute silence or,
Okay.
rather they were talking about all the miracles
Oh
that happened at
yeah,
the weekend
I
and all
shared
the
your post earlier on when we
fun,
started.
funny
Mm-hmm.
things,
Mm-hmm.
just, it was just incredible. But anyway, earlier on today, somebody commented on a post and said everybody needs to, take it easy. Let them go and do an autopsy. Let the result come out before people start talking. So I looked at the name. It was an Igbo guy. So I respectfully replied and said, "Sorry, was your handle hacked? Because I don't want to believe you posted this." So he replied and said, "No, his handle wasn't hacked. That he knows what he's saying. That because it is a fact that when women have small money, they start misbehaving." Oh my God, I lost it. I'm not Igbo, but I just couldn't bear it. I said to him,
Oh.
I said, see, power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. It doesn't have to be in the hands of a woman. It doesn't have to be in the hands of a man. Power doesn't know any gender. So we need to just stop all this. I mean, can you imagine? And then I dug further. I saw that this guy is also an aspiring charlatan, is an aspiring pastor. And I was like, okay, I forgive you. I know where your problem is, so I won't bother, saying so much. But Auntie B, let me quickly give you a story. Now, this is a true life story. This happened to my sister. She was married to a pastor, and you know how it is. One of the people who spoke earlier was also married to a pastor. It was
Mm-hmm.
difficult for her. She attempted to delete herself 2 times.
Hmm.
Luckily, my mother caught her the 2 times. Okay. My mother
Hmm.
caught her on both occasions. But guess what? My mother was still insisting and pleading with her to remain there despite catching her. She would still
Hmm.
tell her all sorts. She will say, okay, let us pray together, let us go for deliverance, let us keep, it was unthinkable. We couldn't understand what was happening. And
After
then
she tried to delete herself twice, your mother was still thinking of prayers.
she was even the one who caught her. She
Oh.
was the one who caught her. Do you
Hmm.
understand? This person was working in a bank. My sister was working in a bank. At some point, the guy would go there. The guy was also working in a bank, but he would go there and embarrass her and do all sorts of things. He wanted her to do the most ridiculous thing. You come back, you know how it is when you're in Lagos working as a banker. You come back at night, you attend to the children, you still have to stay up till like 11:30 p.m. when he comes back and serve him his food and do this and do that. And yet you have to leave the house at 5 a.m. to go to. It was just, she had to resign the job to go and take a 5K teaching job, 5,000 naira teaching job. And even when she took that one,
Five
you are,
5,000 naira a day or 5,000 naira
a month,
a
oh,
week.
a month.
Hmm.
He would still come back and say, I'm sure you in that school, men are looking at you, or you are following men. It was just horrible. Eventually, she ran. Oh, we just didn't hear from her. She left the children with him. She ran, she went away. When we heard from her years after, she had settled down. She had become a registered nurse. She had her passport in the US. She's the one today paying the children's school fees. Every now and then, she's sending me messages of the man that saying to her, please, can you borrow me 200K? Please, can you do this? Can you do that? If we had succeeded in deleting her, will it today be borrowing the 200K? I am not, like I said, I'm not Igbo, so I may not be able to, share my experience as an Igbo person. But I would say to you that even, like you rightly said, even all that culture, all that tribes, we have this problem, and we
Oh,
must
yes.
begin to speak about it. We
Yes.
must begin to speak up. Do you understand? The silent
Yeah.
culture is killing us.
Oh, yeah.
It is deleting us. It is causing a lot of havoc. There are so many people. And then another thing, you will go to a pastor. A pastor himself who also needs help. Most of the pastors that we run to go and talk to somebody, the person who spoke earlier talked about professional. When you need help, seek professional help. The pastor himself needs help. You don't know, maybe his wife slaps him every morning. You don't know, maybe he's also a wife beater. What help do you think you get from such people? Because they come out to the surface looking all together, looking holy, looking like angels that are descending from heaven. You believe them? You believe them? Please, let's just try and do better and just help ourselves. Run away if you have to. Just stay alive, because I don't. In fact, I'm short of words, Auntie B.
Thank you.
But I'll
Thank you so much,
forward that
Doris.
other one to you now.
All right. I appreciate you. Thank you. It's unfortunate that, men and women in most cases, some men will see it, they will feel the pain, they will empathize because this is somebody's child, this is somebody's sister, it's somebody's mother. But unfortunately, a lot of, Igbo men that are calling in, we've not heard that empathy from them. All we are seeing is defensive statements. It's not about the culture. It's church. It's not about why are you calling Igbo? Oh, you are being defensive without facing the big elephant in the room. We are talking about statistics. Yet, all you think about is defending culture. Culture that doesn't serve you. It serves you, the man. That's why you're defending it. But what about Osinachi? What about Chichi? Eh? I sent my friend today a list. I sent her a list because she was the one that started. When she saw my post on Instagram, she came and she sent me a voice message, and then we started having this conversation. I will say, look at this. I say, look at this. I come and say long list of different one, both in Nigeria here, that we're talking about. Is it only Igbo men that are deleting their wife? No, it is more particular in Igbo land. That is what we are saying, and we are not hiding to say it. It's the truth. You see, you're welcome.
Oh yes, madam. Evening.
Good evening.
I'd like to say just three things.
All right, go ahead.
The first one is there is this new narrative now of silencing dissenting opinion, which I've also just seen on your program this night. Your program is supposed to be an interactive program, and so whatever your sentiments are, you should give people the opportunity to express themselves, whether you
It's
like what
supposed to be, so it's
listen,
not. Is that what you're saying?
I understand what you're, but just listen to me before I finish.
No,
With due
I
respect.
need you to address that. You say it's supposed to be. So are you saying that it is not?
This literally the third time I've been on your program, even though sometimes I flip through them, your old sessions over YouTube and all that. I just go through the topic sometimes. But this night, it's worrying that you're trying to silence dissenting opinion, which we see on BBC and Sky News and all over the place, which
I'm
everybody's
trying to
recorded about.
silence. How? How am I silencing dissenting opinions?
So that's one of the points I'm trying to make. Allow people to express themselves. So I'm done with that. Now, the second thing I'm trying to say is this: we have not actually had a medical report on the cause of death, and so all kinds of summaries have been drawn here. Right? It's wrong. Nobody has the fact.
Do you have some?
Everything.
I'm going to have to silence your dissenting opinion now, right? Unfortunately, I'll have to silence your dissenting opinion. Okay?
All right.
Yeah. We've not had medical report. If you've got something to say, say it. I don't want to hear that. It's my platform. If you don't like me, you don't like what I stand for, you don't need to be here. Okay? It's not for everybody. Why are you looking for medical opinion? Why are you looking for medical opinion? When all her friends, people who are in her life, the counselors that she spoke to, said all these things. Yeah, it's all over social media. You want medical opinion. If she was your sister, would you be saying the same thing? Dissecting opinion, my foot. Go and open your channel and be looking for dissecting opinion. Tina, you're welcome.
Hello, good evening, Auntie B. Good evening, everyone. This is really an emotional matter and it hits me personally because I think I would be speaking briefly, though, because of no time, based on my own personal experience. The major reasons why people would stay and get to this stage, even though by the grace of God, I had to take my own life in my hands to run for my life and do not mind. I didn't mind what anyone would say, what they would call me. I stood and accepted all the stigma and everything they had to throw at me. I didn't care. But the reason why I feel a lot of people would stay, because I stayed for a while until my sense, it joggled back to reality and I had to run for my life, is one, family pressure is number one. Because they will tell you, your mom will tell you, especially when they have this Christian background, they will tell you, divorce is a sin. God hates divorce. Or not, this divorce has never happened in the family, so you shouldn't be the one to start it. So those kind of reasons, they would use it to manipulate you to stay in that abuse. Because they stayed. Because
Sorry.
my mom stayed.
Yeah. Sorry, somebody's Juliet that is making me laugh. Actually, I need that laughter because, like I said, a lot of all these men that have called in tonight are just they just come to raise my blood pressure. Juliet said immediately. He said, "Madam, good evening." Oh. I knew there was one.
I'm reading the comments.
I knew there was wahala. He wants to
Even
come
me,
and
I
talk
first
of
suspect too.
dissecting opinion. Is this BBC or this is CNN? What are you dissecting? We're trying to create advocacy here and speak out against something you want to dissect. Go and open your own channel and be dissecting. Tina.
The reason why I'm so shocked at all of them
I cannot
making
even negotiate with anybody.
You were
when it
very
comes to the
clear
issue
at
of
the beginning.
abuse.
You were clear at the beginning. You already made a disclaimer from the beginning. If you know you are here for this, please log out now. This is not for you. So you made it clear. I don't know why they are still coming here to defend
They are coming
what
to
is
look
not
for my
necessary.
trouble. They are coming to look for my trouble. It's okay. You don't need to be here. I told you before, this video is not for everybody. I'm not even here to make anybody to make you feel good about yourself today, or to make your head swell, to boost your ego, or to say something nice to you. I don't bloody care how you feel. All I care about is the 8 children that these poor women have left behind. And if I'm getting emotional, I have the right to be. So
Of
don't
course, you are a
tell me.
woman. Yeah.
Don't
You
tell
have
me.
blood flowing on your vein.
Look at this woman. Just look at them, the two of them,
Two
within 2
beautiful
weeks.
women
And
wasted.
you are here telling me that we've not seen medical reports. Now we know that the medical report is out. The twin sister has confirmed it, that it was blood clot in her heart. Everything is out now. What do you
Oh.
have to say about that now? And you still think that this is not a problem? Why is it so difficult for you brothers to
The
look at this thing
one that
objectively?
was burnt, why didn't he ask for medical report from that one?
Ha.
Or is it not the same Igbo man that burnt the wife
I
and the
don't
brother
understand.
together?
Tina, is it only we women that are seeing this thing as a problem, and a few
I-
of our brothers that called earlier? Why is it that the majority of the Nigerian men and Igbo men that are calling today don't see this as an issue?
Because they were raised like that. They saw it. You know, you listen to the other callers. That's the same thing I'm going to say. Because when you are raised in that toxic environment, they get used to it, they accept it, and it becomes a normal lifestyle. So they don't see it as a problem. That's the reason why. If you listen, the very few ones, even amongst them, one that was claiming he was in Canada was still also blabbing. But if you notice, the very few ones that even made sense are the ones that have gone out and are already exposed, that decided to allow the Western world get into their hearts. Not those ones that carried their Igbo culture and transported along with themselves to Canada. So that's just it. That's the reason they are like that.
It's unfortunate.
Let me continue, actually.
Sorry, I kept interrupting.
Yeah. No problem. Yeah. So because she endured her own, so I think she didn't see it, because my mom is this kind of Christian that believes that when they slap you on one side, you give the other side. She's that type. So she expected me to keep staying in the abuse, even when I lost my baby in the process. My mom still felt I had to stay. So the pressure was too much. That's from that side. Then two, from church. Church is a major problem. Not even only in Africa, here in Europe. I don't stay in Nigeria. I stay in Belgium. You don't even want to know what I went through inside the church. They kept making me believe. Do you know, at a point, I was almost acting abnormal. I would be asking or looking for a Bible verse that would tell me that I'm permitted to file for divorce. And meanwhile, I was dying. I was almost being deleted. But I was looking for a Bible verse that would support what my heart already told me I needed to do. I still couldn't do it. The church was pushing me, encouraging me to stay. They kept, I belong to that church that used to pray that they should fall down and die. Nobody died, nobody fell. It was me that was falling and still going through the whole thing. I was still inside. If not for me going to have my third daughter, and the Mongo Park was not comfortable with me having 3 girls, he looked for an excuse and left.
That's another cultural thing we need to talk about again, which is also very, very predominant in Igbo land, that male children have more value than female children.
They will still cover up this whole thing. If not that he walked away on his own, even though he's lying around that I drove him. No problem, it's your business. For me, that is the best thing he did for me, was helping me walk away. So I decided to take my life in my hand, went to seek for help. Counselors started helping me. The first thing I did for myself was to stop going to church. I cut them off. Completely locked myself. As I just isolated myself from them and from all the Africans around me. That's the only way I was able to stand firm and say no. Even when he started coming back, I stood my ground. Never. I would rather delete myself than go back to you and allow you delete me like that. If not that's another thing. Then this issue of the men, especially this Igbo, this culture, our culture is another thing that is just destroying our lives. Majorly that Igbo culture, where they assume that the women are slaves because they pay so much on them. So if the Igbo people let them come and defend it. But that's the truth, because I have all of them around me. I have them as close friends and more like sisters to me. The money they pay on them, it makes them become their slave. They do not have any right. They cannot say anything. Before you say anything to them, they feel they're in control. So when you want to lose, break free, they would rather delete you than allow you walk away freely, because they own you. You're already their property that they bought over. So that culture, if they like, they deny it. It is there. Osinachi is not an ordinary, it's not just a common member of Dunamis Church. I used to follow Dunamis even while I was in Abuja, because I used to live in Abuja. While I was in Abuja, I used to attend that church. So when I came to Europe after marriage, I used to follow them online. Until this issue of, after the building of that church, when this issue of swearing in the altar, I was really disappointed. I just decided to stop. But I will tell you categorically, Osinachi is not somebody that is not known. Even Eneche himself, the two of them sang this Narekele song. It was two of them that sang it together.
Yeah.
So I decided to follow the service today just to see if something would be said about her. Do you know there was no mention of her? Even if there was not going to be details at all, but at least to recognize that someone.
1 minute silence.
Just 1 minute silence for our sister that went to be with the Lord. At least even paint it, but mention her. But nothing was mentioned. And the service went normal. The only thing they were celebrating there was all the testimony and the whatever miracles in Cameroon. That was all the service. I was disappointed. I was heartbroken.
I'm not surprised.
Let everyone continue to do church. I pity them, because you will end yourself, end your life, end your career, end everything, and the church will go on. That's just what I'm going to say. Women, run for your dear life. When you start to see the red flag, run very fast. Thank you, Auntie B.
Thank you so much, my darling. Brother Patrick, please come in now. We are trying to make it very fast. We've already done 2.5 hours, but there are still a lot of people, and I can't take more than 9 people, including myself, making us 10. So please, everyone, just let's make it please. Please. All right, Imi, you are next. That's a really beautiful picture. I like that the cute couple.
Thank you. Hi,
You're
it's
welcome.
actually me and my husband. Oh my gosh, I can't believe you picked us.
I did.
Oh my gosh, I'm such a fan. I've actually just been listening to you for the past couple of months. I don't know why I haven't found you since. And this is my first live show, so I'm
You're
excited.
welcome.
I know this is like really horrible circumstances, and it's actually really sad. I would comment, and my husband wanted to comment as well. He wanted to speak specifically about the Bible, but I wanted to talk to men that are standing up to defend the culture. They need to understand that their experience of the culture is not the culture in totality. It's just their own experience. If they feel like, and the fact that they're modern and they're somewhat exposed and they're not mean to their wives does not mean that the culture doesn't enable these things. So they need to like take a step back and listen to the people who are claiming that they're victims and who are victims, and see what aspects of their culture is enabling this. If we're not able to critique ourselves, if we're not able to critique our culture, we really can't move forward. We really can't progress in a lot of ways. So while, it's good to be proud of your Igbo culture, it's good to be proud of who you are as an Igbo person, that's great. But if you're not able to critique that culture and say, okay, there might be some things wrong, we might be enabling bad behavior in certain people, it's never going to move forward. So like, it's not about dissenting opinion. 2 people have died. Oh, sorry,
I
have
was going
passed
to
away.
say it.
It's
That's
not
what
about.
you took it from my mouth. You are saying that we should be reflective, look inwards and look at the culture and say, okay, these women that have been deleted, what can we do? Instead of him to talk like that, he's here to say, oh, I watch in horror. How you are not allowing dissecting opinions.
Yeah,
About
it's really not about that. If people
forgive
are
me if
no
I don't
longer
want to
with us.
dissent nothing. All I can think about is these
Exactly.
poor women and the children they left behind.
Exactly.
Not today.
Exactly. Okay, I'm gonna let my husband talk. I don't want to take too much time.
Thank you, my darling. You've
Hi,
spoken really
Auntie.
well.
I'm such a fan, and
You
God
guys
bless
are
you
such
for
a
the work.
cute couple. Everybody's just
Thank you.
oohing over you on the comment section.
Thank you.
Really
Uh,
cute, Melanie popping couple.
Thank you.
thank you. All right, I'm going to
You're
jump right
welcome.
in first so we don't waste time, because my heart really aches for the fact that, a lot of women are still not able to find an escape in the scripture. I'm a Christian. We both are Christians. And I hold to the fact that there's a difference between Christianity and the Nigerian church,
Yeah.
especially as a lot of um, churches are more exploitative and are twisting scripture. So one thing that I believe about scripture, and I teach among my young, we have a small college ministry, and we teach and talk about that. Listen, Liberian Christians took what they heard in church and then went back to scripture and checked to see if it was so. So I just want to give some element of freedom, something to think about to any woman who is going through this. Scripture, the issue with marriage and divorce that Jesus talked about in scripture was never just divorce. Jesus said that you will commit adultery if you divorce and remarry. That is the problem. So the difficulty of divorce has to do with remarriage. So the potential of a woman to leave, even Paul, you see, Paul said you cannot leave your home. But if you leave, stay single. There are a lot of women who can stay single and leave this situation, get out of this situation, run away from this situation so that they can be safe. The church doesn't talk about this, of course, because they would rather keep the status quo. And so there are things in scripture that allow and protect the women in these scenarios. The concept of, there's this scripture that I would love to read, and it's actually fascinating. Jesus himself said it. He said the teachers and the Pharisees of the religious law asked him, why don't your disciples follow our age-old tradition? And they were talking about washing their hands before eating. And he said, you hypocrites, Isaiah was right when he prophesied about you. He wrote, their people honor me with their lips, but their hearts are far away from me. The worship is a farce. They teach man-made ideas as commands from God. And these are literally the things that are happening now. People are literally taking cultural ideas and speaking them as though they are commands from God, even though these are not things that God said. This is the same God that said he would, that he said, even if the law says something, will you not save a life on the Sabbath? So people are, when the Bible talks about the letter kills, but the spirit gives life, there is a principle behind what the scripture says. And if you are saying, I would rather stay here and allow someone to die versus doing what is necessary to, oh, I'm sorry, to delete, and then doing what is necessary so that they can escape this situation. Even if it is okay, let them be separate. I don't know why the word separation no longer exists. Do they have to live together? Do they have to be in the same house? Let them be separate. The Bible says if someone who does not provide for his household, he's worse than an infidel, yet we are protecting infidels all over the place. He's worse than an unbeliever. These are the things that scripture says. And then so there are all these protections built into place, and that people don't know. That's why the Bible says, my people perish for lack of knowledge. So if we don't know these things, that there is protection built in for people who are downtrodden, who are weak, who are the most vulnerable, then we will allow charlatans come out and say things from the pulpit, pretending to be men of God who do not understand that because we have not gone back to the source, we continue this culture. So I want to encourage people, there is biblical precedence to escape abuse. Don't stay there, run, leave, and they can work out the details later.
Can
Amen.
I
Thank
ask,
you.
Amy, thank you so much. You guys have spoken so well. Let me just ask, you don't happen to be Igbo, are you?
No, we're not. We're not.
Oh, okay. Because somebody in
Yeah.
the comment section was saying Igbo man saved the day, so I just wanted to
Oh
confirm.
no, we're not. Sorry.
That's all
But
right. That's
thanks
all
so
right.
much. This was great.
Thank you so much, sweetheart.
All
Thank you
right.
guys for coming. Thank you. I appreciate your contribution. And I know that there are fantastic Igbo men out there, and we're not saying that, but there's something inherently wrong with the culture. It's wrong. The tradition. So it needs fixing.
This was great.
Thank you so much, sweetheart. Flourishing lights. Mute yourself. Brad Patrick, the studio is still full. Oh my goodness. Not saying that, but there's okay, Brad Patrick, try now. Mute yourself, flourishing light, please. With the culture. It's wrong. The tradition. So Flourishing lights, can you hear me? Flourishing lights, unmute yourself. You're not hearing me. Okay. All right. I tried to add you and you are not hearing me. I think you are listening on YouTube so I can hear myself. Brad Patrick, try now. Let's go to Sylvia. And
Hi. Hello, good evening, Auntie B. Can you hear me?
yes, you're welcome. Thank you very much for being
Turn that
here.
down. Turn that down. Thank you so much for such a wonderful show. You're doing a fantastic job. First of all, I'm really heartbroken of the death of, of the deletion of our dear sister, Osinachi. It's very sad, but it's even more sad that I'm not a follower. I don't watch. I'm not a member of the Dunamis Church, but I thought that some sort of respect would have been accorded to her, and it's even more sad to see that she wasn't acknowledged in any way. Then that goes to, for me, to clarify that that is the major problem, because I can't believe that this young lady could have gone through this, and this man was also a deacon in that same church, and they couldn't have advised him
Deacon in the
better.
mud. The man is
Exactly.
a deacon.
Yes, that was what I was led to believe. And they
This man is
couldn't,
a deacon.
yes, in the same church. In the same church.
It's all right.
And they went through this pain is the damage that it's caused, and then it's even the further damage that is caused for their generation, for for the children, the boys, because I heard that he would tie the woman up and get the children to flog their mother. That alone, as a mother, as a daughter, I am.
We're losing you, Sylvia. We can't hear you.
So can you see how attitude is now being passed on to his sons? Can you see how this can be repeated again in the not too far future? It's very sad. And then I think she has a daughter who has witnessed the weakness of the mother from walking away from this. She spoke up. She definitely spoke to a lot of people, but she was not strong enough to walk away. Speaking from my own experience, I've never experienced DV. I never saw it with my parents. And in my marriage, I've never experienced it. But I know of a very close family member who is.
Sylvia, you cut off again.
Hello, can you hear me?
You keep
Hello?
going off, coughing, and cutting off and on. So you got 1 minute more.
Okay, can you hear me now? Can you hear
Yes.
me? I'm
Yes.
so sorry. I said, I have a sister-in-law, a very close family friend who is going through DV, and I'm constantly pleading with her that she can do it on her own. She can walk away and be strong on her own. It's not about her. A lot of these women stay on and they think it's about them. It's not about them. It's about the footprints you leave on your children. Some will think it's okay what you're going through, and some will think that this is what life is meant to be. It isn't. So I
Right.
think the bottom line of this whole thing, you asked a question. I said, how do we avert this? We start early to make our daughters, our young girls know that they are worth more. Regardless of your culture, regardless of your tribe, regardless of your tradition, regardless of what the church says, you are worth more. What you will do unto others, you will not accept it. Do not allow anyone to do it to you. And that is as simple as that. And
Thank
can I
you.
just say one more thing, Auntie B, please? People have been saying something about Umuada. I'm an Igbo girl. I'm an Igbo daughter.
Right.
The Umuadas, I'll tell you categorically because I'm also part of the meeting, even though I'm based in the United Kingdom.
Yeah.
They do not tolerate this. I am telling you.
Okay.
They do not tolerate it. If this woman was part of her team, and went and cried to them, the Umuadas are very powerful people.
That's the ones you know.
Okay, that's the one I know, and that's the one
Yeah,
from
because
my culture.
yeah,
That's
the
the one
ones
from
that are
my culture of
talking.
my culture. Because I know I've seen them actually pack men that have been misbehaving, whether it's by abusing their families or not producing for their families. They've literally packed them. When you pack rubbish in a wheelbarrow and send them to their maternal home. I've seen them do it.
Right.
I've seen it like
Okay.
when I go home during the summer holidays. Women are quite very strong entities in the Igbo culture. From where I come from, I'm telling you, from Anambra State, I as a daughter, I'm what you call a Umuada. If I stand in the midst of men, assuming there's a problem in the family, and I as an Ada, a daughter of the family, comes and speaks, it stands.
Right.
So
Thank
if
you
she
very
as
much.
an Ada had gone and called or cried
She
unto her
did.
people,
She did.
anyway, I don't know, but God help
Yeah,
us.
she
Please,
did.
let's break this now from our young ones, our daughters now. Marriage is not the be all and end all of anything. We need to
Thank you.
begin to appreciate ourselves. But thank you so much for what you're doing. God bless you and keep up the good work. Thank you.
Amen. Thank you so much, Sylvia. I am glad that your own experience of Umuada is positive. But you know, the people are different. Just like you have good people, you have bad people everywhere. And this is what I know. And a lot of people in the comment section have been, not even today, their own experience of Umuada is different from yours. So thank God your own is positive. Okay. So Umuada are very, very powerful. Unfortunately, some group of them, some people have negative experience of how they've used that power. So power is important, but how do you use it is even more important. What do you use it for? So Umuada are the kind of people that can arrest this kind of situation and bring people, out of this situation. Then why didn't it happen in Osinachi's case? Why? And why is a lot of people in the comment section also who are Igbo people, women, saying that some Umuada are like, literally, they behave like witches. So you see, problem everywhere. You're welcome. Please go 3 minutes. We
Hi,
need to
Auntie B.
end.
Hi, Auntie B. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for letting me speak. First of all, I want to say that the people who are on here who are dissenting, who are like against what we're talking about, you're probably not the one experiencing it, but a vast majority of commenters have experienced it, are women who may have seen it and are voicing their opinions. You can't try to silence them by saying, "Oh, it's not our culture." There are certain cultures that are so toxic that your family can literally jail you for not accepting to, get married at whatever age they want you to get married at, right? Now, my main comment is this. I'm the first child in my family. I have 3 sisters. And honestly, I've said it before on here. I am so scared. I'm so scared of getting married. It's not something I ever want to do in my entire life. I wasn't raised up in a family where there's domestic violence. My parents are like best friends, but I seen it. I seen it like outside in the movies. And it's not like a conversation that my mom has sat us down and had a conversation with us. Is maybe when we're watching Yoruba movies and they'll try to, how mothers are picking out whatever, like lessons in movies or whatever. But I started to think, for my sisters who are now in the age where they can start dating people, I am so scared for them. What if they get partners who come from backgrounds that are abusive, who think they are woke? Because currently our generation thinks that we're woke, but our wokeness is audio wokeness. We're not yet in the position to actually bring out, what is inside of us. And as much as people may try to deny it, if you come from a background, a family where DV is prominent, as much as you're trying to be woke, it can show up in the future when you're put in that position. Now, I really want to know, for families who have people that have experienced DV, emotional, financial, whatever, what were the skills, the techniques that you use to pull your family members out of there? Because what I'm thinking is, if I talk to you and you don't go out of it, I'm going to get the law involved and pull you out myself. The people who have been successfully pulled out, what were the techniques that were used? Because I am so concerned for my sisters in the future. And I really want to know, please enlighten us, Auntie B, and other people who may have gone through it. What were the techniques that people use to pull you out? Or how would you like your family to support you?
So you're asking about what technique was used to pull people out of DV situations?
Yes, just for future, because I'm not getting that position, but I'm thinking about my sisters in the
That's
future.
a different conversation altogether, not for today.
Okay.
Yeah, because we are focusing on toxic culture now and what people can do, how we can, canvas and make advocacy for changes so that people don't remain in such relationship.
Doesn't the advocacy start from within our own homes?
It does. It does. And that's what we've been talking about. Homes, churches, and lastly, your tradition and culture. Those are the 3 areas that we're looking at. Okay? We've talked a lot about the culture. Thank you very much, Shi. We can talk about that some other time, but unfortunately, we can't talk about how to get people out of DV situations today. There are techniques that people can use, but last, it is the person who is in the situation that will decide, okay, I want to leave. It's a very, very, very tricky and dicey, thing to do. Is not straightforward. It depends on the woman. So a lot of people are sharing their Umuada experiences. And Blessing was saying that Umuada in the US in the abroad is different from the one in Nigeria. So experiences are different again. Amati, you're welcome, dear. Unmute yourself. Amati, you're muted. Okay, I'm going to move to Chinyere. Hi, Chinyere. You're welcome. Are you
Good
Anada?
afternoon.
Good
Yes,
afternoon.
I am. I'm
Oh,
actually at that in my family. I'm the first daughter, but I'm the second
oh.
born.
So you
So
belong to
and that
Umuada as well.
yeah, I haven't like officially been part of their meetings, back home. But yeah, I am. I will be considered an Umada. But in my family, I'm an Adan. Have all the responsibilities, of Ada, which is a lot. But oh my God, my heart is so heavy. I'm gonna
Mm.
try to use the 3 minutes well, and I hope you're hearing me this time, not like the last time when I called.
Yes, I'm hearing
I'm
you.
using my phone this time. Okay, so I just want everyone on this platform to be just open-minded to learning, because I know that a lot of times we're very, very defensive to protect our culture. We don't want we don't want ill to be spoken about it, but if we do not have these difficult conversations, things will not change.
Amen.
From the onset, maybe not everybody joined this program from the onset. Please, I'm talking to both my Igbo brothers, both my Igbo sisters who might not be agreeing with this conversation. Let's just be very, very, very honest here. There are a lot of things in our culture that promotes toxic masculinity. That is just the simple truth. When this is not to say that every single Igbo man is a bad man, or every single Igbo woman is a bad woman. I grew up from a family, fortunately, where I never experienced, I kept saying it in the comment section, I never experienced like my parents, there was never like a domestic issue. They communicate well, like there was no toxic masculinity from my father. So I didn't experience this personally, but I see this all around me. So just because I didn't experience it, or my dad is a good man, doesn't mean that we don't have this issue in our culture. Let's just be very honest, please, my brothers. So this toxic culture, we need to learn, relearn, unlearn. There's some things that need to change in our culture, and that unfortunately, some of those things will take a while or might not change now because of the people that it favors. Period. Yes, there are good Igbo men that are doing good for their family. Just like Auntie B from the onset keeps, every time she talks about her brother-in-law, who is a good
Yeah.
Igbo man.
Oh yeah.
So like, and it's almost like when she talks about that, some of the Igbo brothers just cover their ear, like they're not hearing what she's saying. The thing is that this is a problem that is happening and it needs to stop. Period. So let's just step outside and look, and like I do what I call a self evaluation. Sometimes when I step outside and look inward to see, okay, what did I not do well? What is it that I didn't do well? So in my opinion, culture which means let culture burn and burn to blazes. This is not what we're talking about here. Some of those, a lot of us know Igbo men, a lot of Igbo men have this really high I don't have any problem with us having pride, but there's this ego where it's almost like they're saying I'm a man, as if they keep saying I'm a man, their private area, if they don't say it, their private area will shrivel off and fall off. Saying that I'm a man, relax. We know you're a man. We're not trying to take it away from you. That's it. And then the way some of our Igbo men will say, common, ordinary woman, like we're like a piece of wood, or when we don't bleed, or we don't hurt like them. Let's just be honest here, my people. Let's stop some of these things. Let's stop demeaning our women. Let's stop disrespecting our women. A lot of us, God put so much in us that we don't even get to use it on this planet Earth to change the society. Some of our men don't even discuss what it is that they're doing. They don't listen to their wives, and sometimes it's the wives that really have a lot of sense that will try to like beat that sense of reasoning to say, hey, maybe check this one this way, or maybe check this way. So we're not saying it's every Igbo man, but let's just say their culture promotes it, period. So let's work on this culture. Thank you,
And
Auntie, for giving me opportunity to
Chinyere,
speak.
God bless you. Thank you so much, darling. And I'm so grateful for women who are self-reflective like yourself, that can, like you say, step away from the culture and look inwards to say, okay, these are my people. I love my people. I love that we have great aspects of our culture and our tradition that we should celebrate. We should keep them. But there are some certain part of it that we need to look at critically and amend it.
Exactly.
And the
That's
first
all
part
we're
of it,
saying.
and Chinyere, you know what? For as you are speaking, it just occurred to me that the first part of it, why this masculinity, that toxic masculinity and male, figure worshiping starts from, the respect and the honor between a male child and a female child.
Yes.
There's no equality there.
Yes.
So if you are a wife and you have all girls, you've not had a child yet.
Yeah.
So
And the unfortunate.
it starts from celebrating male children more than female children. That's where it starts from. So a boy and a girl growing up in a household, the boy is more respected. He's the one that is celebrated. The woman is seen as, oh, Chebi, you are going to go to your husband's
Just a
house.
woman.
You are just a woman.
But at the end of the day, those women, let me be very honest, Auntie B. At the end of the day, those women that are in their husband's house are the ones that take care of their parents the most.
Are you kidding me?
Because the thing is, naturally, women are more multitaskers. Men is more, it's like they'll focus on their family, their wife, and their children. And it's just like a lot of them are wired, a lot of men naturally are wired to, like, they're not as much multitaskers as women are. Doesn't mean that there are not some men out there who might also take care of their parents, but majority of the time, those female children that are like why or whatever are the ones that take care of the parents, the one that take care of that dad.
More.
Period.
Yeah.
And some of the, like this thing you say about male children, I completely understand why. Definitely, yes, in our culture we want to have men because they'll, boys, they'll take the name of the family. However, you also have to understand now. What you give me, I go collect. If you not give me X chromosome, I not go produce male child now.
That's
So
another
give me
conversation.
that X chromosome. I go born as many male begin children where you want. So
and
it's
how
not
many
like
of our brothers know this? Even the educated
even
ones.
the ones that know it, Auntie B, even the ones that know it, even medical doctors self, they act like say they don't get brain when it comes to that. Instead of like maybe getting on their knees and asking God, pleading with God, because at the end of the day, we don't really have control of those things. But instead of pleading with God and saying, God, please help me to produce this white chromosome so my wife go born me male picking. But in addition to that, even if you're having those female children, still treat, give them that same respect, that same honor, because at the end of the day, they are children.
Treat them equally. That's where it starts.
Exactly.
Don't make one feel superior to the other. And that's a learning we can take away from this today. If you are a parent, wherever you come from, please treat your children equally. Don't respect your boys more than your girls. Don't make boys feel that they are superior than your girls. Don't make girls feel like they are inferior more than their brothers. That is where it starts. This is the beginning of that toxic male masculinity that we're talking about. So you see a small boy, he will be feeling like he's the one that will be giving authority over his big sister that is all grown up and knew the day that the small mosquito was born, because he's a boy. May God help us. Thank you very much, Chinyere.
Thank you, ma'am.
Really, really appreciate your call. Oh my God, time. And we still got so many people waiting. Amara. Oh, Jesus.
Hello, Sister B.
Well.
Hello, Sister B.
You're welcome.
Who am I? So this is Amara, right? Am I on?
Yes, you are on. I'm asking, are you an Ada as well?
I'm an Ada.
Hey, so many Adas in the house today.
I'm an
Welcome.
Ada, but I'm a Lagos born and bred Ada, but my parents are very cultural. So I saw this whole thing play out. I'm not very um into the Igbo culture, but I was surrounded by it. And I saw it play out in my house. The foundation of the problem, and the guys can, and if there's anybody who is not Igbo, who is ever in doubt or things that we may be generalizing, all you need to do is just go and play back to this show and hear back to back all the people who called in from that part of the country that are men. They are the ones who try to give us issues this afternoon. So that should tell you. So I grew up in it. And what you're saying is the foundational issue we have. The issue is, you hit the nail on the head. There is no equality. In my own home, where I grew up, we were born and bred in Lagos. But my father did not even mince words. He was very vocal and verbal about telling my brother that he was superior to us. My brother is 3 years younger than I am. Till today, I've never heard my brother tell me I'm sorry. He's educated, very educated, lives here in the US. My brother has never apologized.
So you can imagine.
He doesn't have it in him. So if you live in the US or you live in the UK and you think that exposure or education changes that mentality, you are making a mistake. There are Igbo, if you meet an Igbo man who was able to deal with it and doesn't have that mentality, he hold him tight because they are rare. Hold him well. And when they want to be good and take care of their wives, they can. Do you understand? But the predominant sense of male and female in the Igbo culture is there's no equality. And that if things have to change, it has to, they look like little things, but they are really, if we magnify, that's where the main problem is.
Yeah.
For instance, in certain parts of, I know, I probably know in Yoruba land or something, they want to share stuff. They probably do it by seniority or something.
Yeah.
In Igbo culture, if your father drops dead today and they have to share anything, you don't exist.
Somebody put a comment in the last video where we were talking about how the Nigerian laws don't favor women. And he said that they've actually made a law now in Nigeria where women can inherit. So
I hope that they can apply it.
Yeah, that's what someone said. I was reading that comment.
I don't know about how it's being applied across the country.
But I mean, to make law is one thing. To make the law
and we know in Nigeria that application is where the problem is.
The culture supersedes whatever law you have on ground.
Exactly. So the men can come here, the Igbo men can come here because, like the other lady said, you know, they are looking at it from their own perspective. It favors them. So they can defend it all they want. But if you notice consistently, the women are coming out here, and it's because we're on the receiving end. We watch our mothers go through it. We watch our aunties go through it. There is an imbibed culture, and I'm telling you, I live here now, and I meet people, Nigerians, and you meet an Igbo guy. He's educated, he's exposed, but there's just that thing. If he hasn't dealt with it on a personal level, it will play out one way or the other. It will play out. Today, I'm just very grateful. My brother is not married. I was joking with my daughter. We're listening together, and I said, if my brother was married, was living in Nigeria and married, he'll probably be in jail or something or somewhere. You know, he's a very good guy, very, exposed, but there's just this thing.
It's a product of his culture.
Exactly. But he's here now. He married Oyibo and is living in the US, so he's well behaved.
Is he not saying sorry to the Oyibo?
I doubt it.
He will not
but
say sorry.
but you know what? They know how to also pick very well. His wife is very quiet and very calm and very, church girl. She's quite young. So, you have to, you pick what you can control. But, there's an extent, this is America, there's an extent to which you can mess up. You get?
So he will trend softly.
So exactly, he's very careful. And, but you can also see that despite the exposure and the education, that thing
it's
is
inherent.
still inherent. And so if we're going to deal with it,
it's very difficult to separate people. And that's why a lot of the men that are calling in the Igbo men that are calling, fighting me, it is very difficult for you to separate them from tradition and culture.
And there's some red flags before I go that you should it might not look like it, but they're just red flags. If you hear a guy say things like, that woman, the moment she made money like this, she started treating her husband somehow, that is their defense. If a guy should say that, be careful. He has that mentality, no matter how much he pretends. Do you understand? So it's just unfortunate, but it's something that we have to be real about and be honest about, and, people should be wary of that it does exist in spite of, in the US here, we see it play out a lot. Don't be deceived. Somebody's talking to you here and you think that, we're in America, don't worry, he won't behave like that or he's exposed. You have to still look at those little red flags. They are there.
Thank you so much, Amara.
Yeah.
Really, really appreciate you. All the Adas in the house. God bless you. All right. Omoti, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you clearly. Can you hear me?
Yes, this is a different Omoti. I thought this is not the usual Omoti.
This is the first time I'm joining your live.
Oh, okay. We have an Omoti here. I thought she was the one. You're welcome. Where are you joining us from?
I'm joining you from Dublin, from Ireland.
Okay, you're welcome.
Good evening, ma'am.
You're welcome, darling. What do you have to say?
Just a quick one. Quick one. I am someone that suffered DV, like really, really bad. And I went through emotional DV, and it was very, very bad. Like very, very, very bad. I'll be walking on the road. I don't know you. I just ask you questions randomly because I was looking for answers, because I was looking for solutions. I was looking for help. It was that bad. And at a point when I was ready to leave, I had to go to Women's Aid to help me. Because I kept talking, and you see the way my in-laws would call in and they'll say, send her back to Nigeria. We do her a favor for coming here after going through so many health issues, all because of this same DV. And when my pastors were involved, because I'm the only one here in Europe, my pastor's wife said, as a Christian, you cannot leave because divorce is not allowed. And she said, because you are a Christian, you cannot be the one to say you are leaving. It has to be the one to say it. This made me really, really down. Like it got to a point that I told her, I said, I am 150% ready to leave, and I don't care what it takes. Oh, you're a choir coordinator in your church. I don't care. If I'm no longer going to be a choir coordinator again, I don't give a damn. But I had to leave. Today, I am out of it. I am thinking responsibly. I am living great. It was very, very difficult. People see me on the road and they say, oh my God, you look younger than when you were married. That is because I decided to live the life. If not, I would have died.
Well done.
I would have died. Because so bad. This is just to encourage women out there. Take it. Be bold enough to live your life. Be bold enough to come out of it, and be bold enough to speak. Every day I come out and I ask myself, I said, you, how are you? I ask myself, you, how are you? Then I ask myself, okay, have I done this? Have I done this to myself? Have I done this to myself? We should always ask ourselves how we're doing. This is just personal health, like you just self-care, just to help yourself to take care of your own self and be happy. Nobody's going to live your life. Nobody's going to help you. Nobody's going to do anything for you. Today you die, and that's the end. Just like Sister Osinachi that we were talking about, she's dead. The church continues. Nobody's going to stop anything.
Well done. Thank you so much, Amati, for calling. And I thank God for your deliverance and that you're in a better place mentally now and emotionally. I thank God for your life, for having the courage to come out and that you are living your best life now. And I wish you, continuous recovery going forward, and
Amen.
your testimony shall be permanent in Jesus' name. Well done.
Amen.
Thank you very much for sharing with us. Have a good afternoon, my darling. And who is next? Flourishing Light, you jumped off earlier on. Can you?
Yeah, Auntie B, good
You're
evening.
welcome. Our
Thank you very much.
therapist.
Good.
God bless you. God bless you for all the work you are doing in Obodo Farm. Oh.
Thank you so much.
Flourishing Light is giving free therapists for Obodo Farm. Oh. You push your help me thank her, oh, if not for people like her. Hmm?
Thank you
God
so
bless
much,
you. God
Auntie
bless you.
B. It's
You know,
okay.
I lost your number because my phone
Oh
got
my
spoiled.
God, I'm so
So you
sorry
need
to
to
hear about.
send me your
I'm
number
going to
again,
send it
please.
back to you.
Yeah.
I'll send it back to you. It's an honor to serve. Yeah, this is a wonderful
Thank you.
vision,
Thank you.
and
God bless
it
you.
is an honor to partner with it and serve. Thank you so much. Yeah, huh, man, this is disheartening. Listening to this thing has been, making the rounds on the internet and all over social media platforms, and it's extremely disheartening, I must say.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, it's sickening. Yeah, just coming on the heels of one of the speakers who spoke earlier. She said something about this Igbo man who would say, "You are just a woman." Here's what I have to say to this. There's more to being a man. Most of these men who are running their mouth, men, quote unquote, here, who run their mouths that they are men, they're not men, they're just males. Okay? There's more to being a man. There's more to being a man. And the other guy who came on earlier and was saying, uh, he's trying to dissect some opinions and blah blah blah. This is a platform for advocacy. We have a cause we are sticking to. We have
God
a
bless
cause we
you.
are defending.
Hmm.
We are not. This is not journalism.
Ha.
This is not journalism. Be it development journalism, investigative journalism, whatever facet of journalism. This is not journalism we are practicing here. This is a platform for advocacy. And when it comes to advocacy, we have a cause we are defending and we speak to that cause. And if you're not comfortable with this cause, then check out bounce. It's that simple.
Thank you.
Just bounce.
Thank you.
Just bounce. It's simple. Now, there's this concept of men, generally here, I'm not even focusing on the Igbo tribe, even though that's the main substance of this conversation. Inclusive, okay? This concept of African men looking at women as though they were a piece of property. And then going back to the typical Nigerian society, you hear comments like husband's house. Hello, what does that say? Husband's house. You're in your husband's house. What does that say to women? For ab initio, you're already being to husband's house. Women, we need to wake up. We need to wake up. This must stop. We have a sense of our own entity. We need to own our ground and not tolerate this thing. We need to own. I'm being very selective of my words here because I don't want to sound profane. We need to stand. We need to wake up and stand up to our reality. My goodness, this is disheartening. We should stop condoning this. Okay, culture. There's this saying in Latin that goes like this: "Tempora mutanto, nos et mutamo envia." It means time changes and we change along.
Uh-huh.
And then I would say, culture and tradition, they were made for man,
Uh-huh.
and not
Uh-huh.
man for culture, and not man
Amen.
for tradition.
Amen. Amen.
Therefore, culture and tradition must be changed to suit man's needs.
Amen.
On this note, I'll take a bow.
Thank you so
That's
much,
what's up.
sis. I
Thank you very much
appreciate
for
you.
giving me this opportunity to contribute.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you. God bless you. Please send me your
Amen.
number again.
I will do that. I
Yeah.
will. I
God
will.
bless you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Flourishing Light has been counseling some of the women that came on the show. She's amazing. She's really, really good. And the women are coming back and giving testimonies about how, things they didn't even understand because she's actually a trained, these are the people you go to when you have issues. She's a trained psycho therapy. She's a therapist, so she has the tools and everything. So God bless you for all the work. She's one of our partners that's partnering with us. We have a few people like that help us, and with the women that come here to share, all these stories about, surviving an abusive relationship and everything that goes with that. Okay. Adewale, unmute yourself, please, and let's hear your comments.
Hello, Auntie B. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, my dear. What do you have to say? Welcome.
Yeah. I'm fine. I'm quite sad about the men who spoke today because I was actually hoping they.
You are sad, Adewale. Me, I was ready. I was prepared. I was kind of expecting it. I can't hear you again, Adewale. I'm not really surprised, to be honest. I told someone today that today's live show is going to be hot, and I'm
It's like
ready. I don't run away
and
from fights. Mo wan le
and
fun.
and
Come and meet
yeah
me.
and yeah and the lady was like, I'm not going to get married to any Igbo man. If I'm going to get married to the Igbo man, it has to be raised abroad. That Igbo men are audacious. And when she said that, I was like, that's a very bold statement. And listening to the Igbo men that called today, I kind of get a sense of what she meant. Because I don't think these men were actually listening to what happened. I think they just came here to argue about the culture. And I think I just want to remind them and tell them culture is not people. Culture is a set of values. We are talking about the set of values that are affecting women in that culture. We're not talking about the people in general. So that, like, I don't know if they can understand. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about the set of values that are oppressing women in that culture. That's what we are talking about. They're making the men feel like the women are their properties. That's what we are talking about. We're not talking about, yeah, Igbo men are bad, Igbo men are this. That's not what it's about. So if they're not going to come out, if they're not going to come here and talk about those values that we want gone, that we don't accept, they shouldn't call. I mean, that's just what I want to say. Because I'm really disappointed at what they said. They didn't make any point. They didn't really say anything significant to the discussion. They didn't say anything that made sense. They were just
You know
here
the worst
defending
part.
and
You know the
defending.
worst part about what they said. There was no single empathy in them.
There was
For the
nothing. There was nothing. They didn't even make a point. They didn't even make one point. They just came here to defend themselves and their fellow men. And that's it. If they had made a point, I would say yes, okay, maybe they said something. But they didn't say anything. Culture is not the people. It's the set of values we are attacking here, not the people. And that's all I wanted to say. And I'm very, very sorry about the story. I think I just keep saying it. Culturally, our women are just seen as properties. They're not really seen as human beings. And until that changes, I'm sorry. There's really not, these things are just going to keep happening. So that has to change. It has to change. Women are human beings. They breathe, they eat, they sleep. They have brains. They think. They can think for themselves. They're not children. They're not a child that you control. It doesn't work that way. And if you cannot communicate with your partner as a man, I mean, what are you using your brain for? I don't understand. If you can't communicate with someone you married, someone you professed your love to, someone you say that you're going to spend the rest of life, you when you were going to their parents' house, you promised to take care of their daughter. That's what you said. You promised to take care of that daughter. You didn't promise to, you know, abuse their daughter or delete them. You didn't do that. And if you can't take care of the daughter, let her go. Don't do all this nonsense thing you guys are doing. And when we talk about it, you come here and say, oh, Igbo men are this. But I'm done on TV. I don't have much to say anymore. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
having me.
Thank you. Adewale for president, our baby in the house. Thank you, my darling. Okay. Doyin, you are next. Then Tonya, we're wrapping it up now. If everybody can do 3 minutes quickly so we can go.
Hello,
Doyin, good evening. Yeah,
can you
you're
hear me?
welcome. Yes. Go
Hi,
ahead.
Sister B, how are you doing?
I'm good, thank you.
It's just
Very
it's always
tired.
a privilege. I know. Thank you for all the work you do. It's always a privilege to be on. I'm here in the US, and so sometimes the time, but I just have a couple of things. First of all, I'm really glad that how you quickly shut down unproductive talk. If people don't understand what this forum is all about, they don't need to be part of it. I don't know what the problem is. We don't need, and I like the way you shut them down because it's taking up time for
I
we are
don't have time for any
exactly.
nonsense. Especially when it's
Yes.
something
So
serious.
yes.
No, when we are playing, yes, I can condone it
Yeah.
sometimes, but
But when we are talking
when
about
it's
issues like
serious like
this,
this, oh my
yeah,
God.
if you don't have anything, we are talking about a life here. And people can come up with different theories, but a couple of things that I have to say. I mean, I did see the title, and the church, is a talk for another day. Because in my own case, I didn't really experience DV like that, but in the case of a failing marriage, the church did not help. The church I go to now, I'm very thankful because the pastor that I have will say something. And I'm saying this out to everybody. I know, people will say, oh, why do you stay in all kinds of theories. If he says something all the time, if life cannot be preserved in a relationship, get out of it. Get out of it. And he will also say something. If it's your sister, if it is your brother, if it's your auntie, would you be telling them to, we'll be praying for you and you'll be staying in there? No. And marriage is not a do or die thing. I've said it. For me, some people are meant to marry. And it's a good thing if you find the right person. But if you do not, it is not by fire, by force. And as for women, a lot of times I think, sometimes we feel that maybe we need someone to validate us. For me, I've been in marriage. It has not worked for me. For those who is working for, I'm happy for them. I pray for my children every day that they find the right partners. But you know what? You don't have to stay in it. And one of the callers came in and said she worked out and she's doing fine. Yes. And how do you do fine? Improve yourself. When God created Eve, he did not, like we always say, it was from the side. It was not on the ground. So I don't understand, this, superiority that to me, I believe it was equal. It was an equal match when God created woman. So, we just need to, and it's really sad that in 2022, we're talking about this. We're still talking about this. That the serious DV that we see and culture. I know it goes along the line with, they say it happens everywhere. I'm Yoruba, it happens in Yoruba culture too. It happens. Yeah. It happens. Yeah. So it's not just it happens. Where we are afraid, maybe because of what has happened to us, or initially in my marriage, because my mom, I came from a broken home. I fought so hard not to leave my marriage. Yeah. I did. Because
it always happens like that.
Yes.
I don't want the cycle to be perpetuated.
Yes, I don't want what happened to my mom. But you know what? When the time, in fact, I always say it. When I did not leave, they left me by fire, by force.
Sometimes God knows that you don't have the strength.
They left me, and thank God they left, because I am who I am today. I've been able to raise you. My son is going to be 25. It's all been the grace of God. There's nothing, I don't take accolades for it, but I also determined to do well for myself. I didn't care about what happened. I just was focused on the kids and said, God, just help me. I was able to go back to school, do what I had to do, and just continue to live life. If God says marriage will happen again, it will happen. But please, I don't know. I think it's the stigma. I also think it's also the culture, the way they'll look at you if you are not married, if you are even if you are divorced. If you are married, it's problem. If you are single, it's problem. If you are a divorcee, they'll roll their eyes at you. So what do they want you to do? They don't want you to go and die. So,
thank you.
Yeah,
thank you so much.
Yeah. So, and thank you so much for what you do. I hope one day I'll meet you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All the best. No, you cannot please the world. If you try to please the world, you will fail woefully. Okay, Tonya, you are next. Go ahead. Thank you so much, Doyin. I appreciate your call. God bless you.
Hey, Sister
Tonya,
B,
3
good
minutes.
afternoon.
Good evening. Welcome. I don't
Good evening.
tire.
Yeah, I don't join the line. So tele, I dey drive. I come back. Anyway.
Not be small. We've been here.
Anyway, Miss B, thank you for all you do. Okay, the
Thank
Lord
God.
is your strength.
Amen.
Now, when I saw Sister Osinachi's post early hours of yesterday, I couldn't believe it. Initially, they said throat cancer. And I told myself, and I said, God, if this is true, I'm going to challenge you. Because this lady uses her voice to worship you. Where were you when she can't get throat cancer? But before 2 hours into the time, the story started popping up. And I said,
And I was crying like a child because her worship song takes me to the next level. I say, why did she stay? And look at the Mongo Park. Now, I'm an Igbo lady. I am not the first daughter. I am third daughter. But this thing has to do with culture. Now, my dad was the king of DV to my mom. Yeah.
Really?
Yes, both of them are late now. My mom died 2019 here in US. Sotele, my mom say her first child, she got married at 17, her first child 18. Sotele, and I'm the fifth child among 8 children. 4 boys, 4 girls. Several times I will stand up to my dad and say, why are you hitting this woman? Then I will ask my mom, how did you manage to stay with this man till you have 8 children? You don't have family. In Igbo land, this thing is a serious thing. I'm an Igbo woman, married to Igbo man. But guess what? Whenever we are getting married, my dad is not the type, he's not the greedy type. He's not the type that will say, bring so amount for bride price. He will just say, settle the case, man. Whatever you have for bride price, I'm not selling my daughter. Give it to me. That one is my personal thing. I give him kudos for that. But you know what he will always tell our husbands? Listen, the day you raise your hand on my daughter, you will not forget me in a hurry. Double standard.
That is the same father that is dealing with your mother.
Sis
So
B,
he knows it's wrong.
Sis B, up to the time I got married and I had my first and second child, my dad was still raising his hand on my mom. And I asked my mom, are you a cripple? If he hit you, don't hit him. She will always, she was covering. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, mommy, what is this? So, but to God be the glory. I married opposite of my father because my mom said she took it to God in prayer. Say, my 4 girls must not marry a man that will raise hand on them.
So she stayed with your dad all her life.
She stayed until my mama died 2019. My father died 10 years ago, 2019. She stayed. She said there was a time when she had her second child, the beating was too much. She carried her 2 kids, ran to her parents, and her parents were like, okay, sit down, eat, bath, but before the sun go down, go back to your husband.
Yeah.
So this Osinachi's case is so heartbreaking. I was crying throughout yesterday. My mood changed. My daughter was like, Mommy, stop watching this video because it's breaking you. I have 3 boys and a girl. The girl is the last. I am raising them the same way. Nobody is special to me. People will be like, hey, we thought this your only girl. I say, no, not me. They are the same because this only girl will get married to somebody's son and these boys will marry somebody's daughter. I was telling them, have you ever seen your dad raise his hand on me? He never did it because me, I go buy person. I said, so if tomorrow you guys marry and you do that, I will ask where you learned it from. It is so bad, and most of the time, what is making these women not to move is that they are not financially buoyant by themselves.
No, Osinachi was. She was the breadwinner.
Osinachi was, and this somebody was telling me that
Chichi was. Chichi is the one that bought the land.
Exactly.
Do you know that Tonya? I saw the video of the auntie. The auntie said that Chichi got a land in Lagos and built that bungalow. So these 2 women that we are talking about, and this is why we are talking about Igbo culture tonight. That a lot of your brothers want to come here and start fighting, doing a defender of
the universe.
I'm so glad that you sisters can see it for what it is.
Even my baby sister, she's so unfortunate. Her husband is always putting hand. Do you know that I sent money to this girl? I said, go to women affairs, go to everywhere. Sister B, guess what? She tell me, say, babes, nothing they happen. Naija no be America where you dey. They will always say, madam, even when she called the cops on the man, not to put him behind bar, but just to threaten him, they are like, How you go call Ekelebe for your husband? This woman, that. Most of these our brothers are they have complex when they see the star, the shining star in the life of their wives. My sister is a master degree holder. The husband is just a school start holder, a businessman in Ojualaba. So he tries all the time to intimidate this girl. But this girl, my father used to call her stubborn goat. She has 5 children. Today, me and this guy were not in talking terms because I called him and said, stubborn goat, because she know they send. I told this my brother-in-law, stop beating this girl. Women live and she dey born pikin, anything can happen. Do you know that severally she will beat this girl and she will not talk? When we got to know, I said, don't raise your hand on her, because the day you buy her, I personally will make sure say they buy you. I will not care about the children. No. It has to be one. If buy my sister, I will buy you.
Don't wait for him to
At the end, make God judge them.
Tona, let me tell you something. If you can take your sister to the US, you better do it.
I have been trying.
Don't wait for him to buy your sister, because you cannot. Unfortunately, God forbid, but if he continues, buying, Osinachi na today starts. Now one day now, you just say that day, now in money making machine, but I no want delete all the Osinachi now. In the office say that they make him do as they do before. Unfortunately, that the last one we do, take your sister out. Now what I will tell you. You need to take your sister out of that relationship.
I have been fighting.
Don't talk say if you buy my sister, go buy. You know, go bring your sister back. God
you know, go bring them.
Now what I will tell you.
But our Igbo men, they need to come down from their high horse. They see their wives as property. They will say, I owe you and owe whatever you got. It is not right. This is 30 years into this business, but everybody they maintain in lane. Everybody maintain in lane. Kia.
Thank you, Tonya. I'm happy that at least you didn't enter one chance like your mother and your sister. Unfortunately, I appreciate your contribution, my sister. God bless you. An Igbo woman that is able to speak the truth for what it is. And we've got a lot of them tonight that spoke the truth, because they are the ones that are suffering in this situation. All right? Okay. We are rounding up now. Amaya's corner. Come on. Are you ready, my sweetie?
Yes, I am.
I'm so sorry. I know it's taking forever.
No, first of all, I needed to remind you, you just did 3 hours and a half, Sister B. Oh, God, maybe we for do this thing, part 1, part 2. Eh?
In fact, you know now, they plan these things before you know the gist they flow, people they call, you know.
I know.
Because it's a very deep conversation, unfortunately, that we need to have it. It's a difficult one. And I know that a lot of people will feel offended. A lot of people are going to not think deeply. And this is what, please help me encourage our people tonight, that this is not about your tribe.
Absolutely.
Think deeper. Think Ronu. Yoruba people will say Yoruba Ronu. Think.
Reflection. See, as human beings, first of all, Sister B, thank you very much. But let me start by saying you look absolutely amazing. Your outfit, is it a 2-piece or a 1-piece? I want to know.
It's a 2-piece, so. I didn't want to wear it like this before they will come and start dragging me that I'm dressing like this. Usually I wear it like this, so I'm that married woman that
carry go, nothing do you. If your husband say support, wait to concern anybody.
I advise myself for my wardrobe. I say, if I wear only this one come today, I don't come on my shoulder. All these Christian sisters go come for me.
I beg you, leave all these which kind of Christian people who religion help. I beg you. See the one they do for grand. I put us for where we did. So leave that and live your life, enjoy life. I love the outfits. Okay,
Thank
that
you.
one aside. Put and join those ones and I don't they count for you. Okay. Now to the topic at hand. Greetings, Obodo Farm. And this topic has been very heated. I cried a few times. I cried, regarding this situation. First of all, I want to start by saying that for all those of us that are sentimental and emotional about things that we need to start addressing seriously, this has nothing to do with your tribe or my tribe. We all know, all of us that are from Nigeria, we all know that we have issues in our culture. The scenarios that have consistently played out has been pointing to a certain direction. Let's not, because, oh, this is what we're talking about right now, flip the script and say, oh, it is bashing one particular culture. It has nothing to do with that. We need to look inwards. Our solution is within us. If we don't talk, if we don't fix this, nobody is coming to fix it. Nobody is going to come and help us sort this out. Under the carpet, there's a lot of terrible things that have been swept underneath it. It is time. The men that have been calling in, I would have assumed that when you're calling in, you're like, you know what, my sister, what you are saying, I have seen it too. We need to start really working on this thing. Because men have to take the lead on these issues. Because it's going to work out for themselves. They have to remember they're going to have children. They have sisters. Would they like for someone to treat their own child, their own blood like this? How would they feel? Let's stop being. This is why Nigeria is where it is, because we're a sentimental bunch of people. Tribalism, religionism, everything zim, zim, zim. Now we get it. You cannot go from here, travel 10 kilometers. They go say you are not from my place. So
the first thing they will ask you, where are you from?
Exactly. Isn't it time for us to stop taking off those labels? There's nothing wrong with being a part of a particular culture. There are good things to be celebrated. But when it is now unaliving the people that God is using to announce to the world who He is, we should not be quiet. The world has lost a gem. You people don't understand. That woman, we had not even seen her best. We had not seen her best. The grave is lined up with people who did not fulfill the solution that was given to them to come and give to the world. What people not let them see road. If culture not damage them, religion go do their own. And by the way, religionism in Nigeria, specifically because that's where I'm from, is a cult. Let's call it what it is.
Yes. Now I hear that pastor is apologizing and he's taking it back because of the
to shove his apology up his behind. We don't need it. A little too late. A soul has gone. It's not going to bring her back. Is his apology going to bring her back? No. So he should shove it up and do good by those in front of him.
That's how he thinks.
From this.
That came from deep thinking. It didn't just, come out like that. Like Common Sense Sister says, out of the abundance of his heart came that.
Exactly.
He said that it was her cup. It is your cup to be deleted.
When someone is no longer with us, that's all you can think and say. What are you trying to cover up? Let's call it what it is. They don't have religion in it. The religion is a cult. These people are perpetrating. They are perpetrating another thing from the altars. So they should forget it. I have always been a strong believer. God is within you. You don't need anybody. You don't need any church. You don't need anybody to tell you this is. From when I was born, I was already aware of who God was in me. I did not know Him. I did not know the name He was called by. But I knew deep down because He's always led me in the direction that I should go. I was one person that never been all this culture, tradition, religion, I never bought into it. Thank goodness. Because it's getting too much. If we don't start to take off the blindfolds, if we don't start to unveil and vacuum with hot water and bleach the carpet that we have been sitting on and under, this society, Nigerian society is going to remain like this for years, decades to come. There are children that are growing into
no progress.
Imagine
there's no progress there's no progress structurally. There's no progress educationally. There's no progress in even the way of life and relationships and marriages.
Nowhere.
Men are deleting women more today than they were doing in 1970.
Thank you, Sister B. It is happening more now, and people are not sitting down and saying to themselves, no, this is getting too much. Instead, you're coming in sentimental. Who your sentiments want help? Who your emotion want help? Has it saved anybody? Has it provided solutions? We have solution providers that have been snuffed out for silly things. And you people are having the audacity to call in and make it personal. Who are you? What do you want? If you don't want to be a part of the change that must come, whether you like it or not, then find somewhere else where you can go and do that rubbish. Because it's wake up time. We can't continue to allow this happen. All the people that could have turned that society around, people, they've snuffed them out. And we think it's normal.
Yeah, people are complacent. They won't say anything because, Nigeria is all about, if it doesn't affect me, then I don't need to say anything about it.
Exactly. Self-centered.
It's the same thing that the politicians do. And that's why they go there and they steal and steal and steal without thinking about anybody, because it's all about saving themselves. They're saving themselves, their family, their friends, and they don't care about the masses. It's the same thing. So when we are talking about a particular culture, tonight we are talking about Igbo culture. Tomorrow we can talk about Edo. We've talked about Ishan men here before.
Yes.
And I remember you particularly, and a lot of you were saying, I'm Ishan, cannot marry an Ishan man.
Yes, I said it. I run away from Ishan men because they're possessive. That possessive nature, I don't want someone who feel like they're in control of my life. I detest it because I saw relatives like that, and they were all around me. I run from Isha men. It is a fact. Edo men, let me put it that across the board. Once you say you are Edo, I would just tune you out.
It wasn't only you that said it that day. I remember we had that conversation that somebody from now called and said, why are you people talking about Edo men, Isha men, and But the fact is that Nigerians would think along the lens of culture and tradition first. You think through the lenses of religion first before dealing with it. And by the time you get to the issue on ground, you've already watered down and made excuses, and then you cannot think critically about the issue anymore.
Exactly. This is the problem, where there's no critical thinking. People are just walking around like zombies. You are not seeing what's in front of you so that you can make better choices. Instead, you're being sentimental and how has it helped us? How has your emotions and your sentiments helped us? It would have been beautiful if your emotions and sentiments moved you to act in the right direction. It would be beautiful. It's okay to be from your tribe. I am proud of my culture, but I will not put up with the BS that comes with it. That's how you change things. I have brothers. They treat their wives like queens, but they're Edo men. But I run from Edo men. I don't see them being possessive with their wives. Their wives can do whatever they want to do. So what are we talking about here? Let's change the narrative. Too many people, too many solution providers, those that have the answers to our problems are being snuffed out. We can't sit back and let a few people that feel offended and insulted because we're trying to bring about solutions. If you cannot hear the truth, create your own channel and spew the rubbish you want to spew. This is not the place for it. We're trying to make things work. We can't close our eyes and close our ears and watch as solution providers are just living as though it's an ordinary day. No. We need to use the voice we have, and it's up to each and every one of us. There's no we versus us here. It is all of us. Wherever you are, be the influence. You're a man, make sure you are calling your brothers out. You people should be having conferences amongst yourself. Do kola nut and be discussing the issue.
I expect some of these Igbo brothers that call tonight, I expect you to be doing videos, all of you on social media to be making videos and say, listen, I'm an Igbo man. I'm an Igbo man, but I'm not jealous of my wife. I don't control my wife, although we live in the diaspora, But it is time for you men to think that the way you resolve issues is to be putting your hands on women. It is not right. I expect you to be making advocate. Everybody has a voice now because of social media. All you need is a phone.
That's it.
That's all you need. But people are quiet. They don't want to say anything. And if you have the courage to say something, they come for you. Because how dare you, this woman, you are not Igbo, and you are talking against Igbo people. You must be tribalistic.
That
Is that all you see?
Is a lie. Whether they like code, they like, let them come. We are ready. My khaki they under my leather. Bring it on. My boxing gloves are on. Who are you guys? If you want the change, if you don't want us to talk about your culture, then fix it. Then do round table talk. Let's also be calling in and say, we like what you people are saying here. Oh, can our brothers join? How about that?
Let me tell you something. You cannot do domestic this DV work if you are a fearful person and you are someone that you can speak it. You cannot be courageous and bold to be able to speak firmly and come out without trying. Or if you are somebody that you don't want to offend people, let me just go and be cooking and be doing cooking channel. Or let me be doing styling or whatever, lifestyle. Let me be vlogging. I'll be walking all around London, go to Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland and be vlogging.
Exactly. You can do that, but guess what? You've chosen to use your own platform for the good for the greater good. Who is that person that wants to come in and try to distract and dissuade? It will not work, because the voices now that are for the greater good are more than the ones that want to silence it, because enough is enough. Anybody on this platform that is not already sick and tired of hearing this day and day, within the pace of 2-3 days, the same thing, and you guys are coming and be showing sentiment. Who na sentiment help? One na sentiment never change Nigeria. If you're so passionate, one never put the right leaders in place. If you're so goddamn passionate, why are people still being snuffed up in your presence? And you're having, this is where you have power. This is where you have power, because you feel like, oh, this is a woman's platform who can come and just bamboozle her in. It's not gonna work, guys. If you feel insulted, I want you to be insulted. I want you to be very insulted and very hot. Come and meet me on my channel. Let's have it out, because this is rubbish. We cannot fold our hands. The Nigeria of the 40s and the 50s is better than 2022. And you people are sentimental and emotional about rubbish. Who has religion helped? Who has religion helped? People are practicing all kinds of nonsense on the altars and squeezing people till their lives are snuffed out. And you people are being sentimental and emotional. I beg. More na whole am. If una not fit join this movement, make una form una own. Me, I want to see guys do general conference. African American guys are doing it here every time, talking about how they can fix themselves and make themselves better for their women. What are Nigerian men doing? What are Nigerian men? I have been in America for as long. I've been in Nigeria also. Most of the problems I have with Nigerian men is the ego. The ego and the culture when they don't fit on learn. I never see anything like that. I bet more na rest, more na nowhere on the channel una energy. If you want quarrel, more na go Nigeria, go quarrel. Make sure say the government change. Make sure say women get right. Make sure say just useless people not they marry children put for house. More na not using a misplaced annoyance for another person platform.
Thank you. Thank you, Omoye. I feel your passion. I feel your pain. I know that you care. And I know that you are deeply affected. You don't need to be Igbo. You don't need to know Osinachi, or to know Chichi. But this is about humanity. This is about women. This is about advocacy. It's about standing up for what is right. Thank you, Omoye. Really, really appreciate. I feel your passion. Everyone is feeling it. It's a very emotional subject, but it needs to be had. We need to have this conversation. And I'm glad that, we've got really strong women who are not afraid to speak their truth. They are not afraid like you. Thank you very much, Omoye. God bless you. You guys know Omoye Obodo Fam. If you've not subscribed to her channel, better go and subscribe. Oh. She says it as it is. She don't sign anybody. That's Omoye for you. Thank you so much, Omoye. Hey, come on, sign sisters. You are here. How are you?
We are half. I don't like this.
Who they make us the three
I don't
boy
like
here?
this.
I want to see my
You are
face.
half. How are you half?
Because
We know they see my face.
The rectangular. Now we go talk before G. I mean,
Are
G
you
go
okay
talk
now?
first.
Yes. G want to talk.
If G want to talk, G can
Where
talk
is
before.
G?
So
There's
no
no
one
G. Oh. Is it
There's somebody under us that is saying that is
Ima, unmute yourself so you talk quickly so that I can take on these beautiful ladies so that we can close. Immaculate, are you there?
Hi, Auntie B.
Hello,
Good
sweetheart.
evening.
Good evening. You're welcome.
Thank you. Hi, lovely sisters.
You're welcome.
Greetings.
Good evening, all.
Right.
I'm totally heartbroken.
Yeah. 3 minutes.
I know. Auntie B, I'm not supposed to call in, but this one off me. I really have to call in just to free my mind and be happy again. Because first of all, I'm speaking in three parts. First, as a survivor of DV. Secondly, with the church aspect of it. And thirdly, how the society has failed our sisterhood. As a survivor, I wasn't myself throughout yesterday. I was crying, seeing myself to be in her position, in her shoes. This would have been me in 2016. This would have been me in 2017. This would have been me in 2018. But for 2016, I left and we went to court for domestic violence and still family intervened and all that. I went back. Society, laughter, mockery. 2017, I barely. 2018, I have to borrow legs to add to my leg to take off. Like, I just see myself like Sister Osinachi's, like I would have been in the mortuary by now if I didn't take off. Not that I wasn't having money, not that I wasn't a professional, not that I wasn't doing good, not that I wasn't educated to the highest level, but what will people say? What will the world say? What will friends say? People talked about it. Office laughed at me. They were mocking me, discussing about me, even to my face. But I took that bold step. It's better I'm alive than to see myself in the grave. Then I took off. I am happy and I am grateful to God that I listened and I took off.
Did it trigger you? Did the story trigger you?
It triggered me yesterday. I couldn't do anything. I was totally sick. Try yesterday. I was down. I was
It
shivering.
triggered a lot of people.
It triggered a lot of,
Particularly because people love her
It
a
brought
lot.
back fresh memories. It opened the whole past that I've thought I've recovered, I've healed. But I found out that yesterday I saw myself crying, even though I haven't met her once, but I have sang her song and I was still singing her song, especially the one she sang with Enoche, the pastor of Dunamis.
Yeah.
And she just died like that. This is a soul that God gave to Nigeria that she hasn't even started. And I remember this word that you told me, the person you marry determine where your future goes. This is justice. That the person she married killed her destiny, her dream, everything. So yesterday, it was a mixed feeling. I was thanking God in one part that I survived it and I took off, not minding what people would say. And yesterday, for the first time in my life, I was able to post and make an advocated on her behalf, make a post all over my media, posting about my DV survivor, making myself, letting people know, my friends know, because a lot of people are going through this thing. I haven't had the courage to come out, like posting it, apart from sharing with the fans family.
Yeah.
But
Take
yesterday
your time.
I was able.
Yeah, take your time. You don't need to be in a hurry about sharing it.
Yes, yesterday I was
when you feel
moved.
ready. Yeah.
Yes, I was moved. I made posts of people, and people actually came out to write me privately, like, "Oh, you mean you survived this? And this is what I'm going." I said, "You know how many sisters suffering this right now? There are so many." Then I'll not go to the aspect of the society failing her. She spoke to a lot of people. She told them to keep quiet. This is her reason of they should keep it private. That if she should make it to the public, they will kind of ridicule her. They will see her as a failure. I know her feelings. I know why she told them to keep it private. But those people walked to her according to her instruction, but they didn't know that life is living out of her. Seeing her singing, now people now come back to those tears coming out from her eyes that she was singing out of the deepest pain of her heart. Know that she was actually singing like Holy Spirit is coming down, but she was singing in tears, agony, but nobody could know this.
Oh, okay. Immaculate, I'm sorry. That is all I can take. I really, really need to go. Thank you very much. I feel your pain, and I know that you are still on your healing journey. And I pray for you that your healing will continue. Try not to internalize this too much because you are a survivor yourself and you are still healing. So try, if I were you, I wouldn't engage with it too much. Because what it does is that when you engage with these things, they just have a way of overwhelming you. So take a step back from it and, find your joy, find your happy place again so that you can carry on. There's nothing you can do to help her now. It's too late. It is well. Ella and Yo-Yo, how are you, darling?
Oh, we are fabulous because you are looking fabulous.
Oh my God, we've done 4 hours.
Yes.
Chineke na God, borrow me 10 naira.
You are looking take away. When our mother looks so beautiful, she's always looking beautiful anyways. You know what we tell our father? We say, you have to pay second bride price to us, the children. Because the one way you pay
I'll be the greatest advocate for banning bride price.
Yes.
So I'm surprised when they mention and at all.
Yes.
In those days.
Now in those days now.
Okay.
Anyway, change mentality. And to be
back to the matter, you want to announce this?
Drink
I don't
water.
tire.
I know. You've not drunk. I've been watching you since I don't know whether by the time you call. So
I have water. I'll see. You have big water here.
Yes, not saying you.
I drink small, but the fact is that I'm tired.
Yes. Okay. We know that. If you are on this platform and you never click the thumbs up button, what is wrong with you? Do the right thing, please, and click the thumbs up button. And you know that we have not been here for some time, but as it goes, I have a little song to sing. Special number for all the Mr. Autopsy, dissenting opinions and distractors of the focus of this meeting of
Callers of doom.
Make I start.
Start and we go continue.
I see they pain them.
Now 3 minutes and I get
still talk. As we may still talk, we go they pain them.
As soon as they construct song instantly, it never ceases to surprise me.
Not the spirit.
Composers.
Not the spirit.
Composers. Even on my self, don't they laugh? On my they rake. You hardly see on my like this matter at Tosham.
Auntie B, we watch a video this morning. I'm going to drop video this morning about the matter now. When we see your comments in the morning when we wake up, your post for Instagram, we say, today we sacrifice our
post out with my first. I don't say anybody.
I see them. When we read them, we read them in your voice.
Who cares? Haters are going to hate. What are they there for? They're supposed to hate,
not be trolling.
It's not an Igbo thing. It's not an Igbo thing. The 2 women, are they not Igbo?
Leave those distractors. Not that they true. They don't even troll us this for our channel. Some people they leave long paragraph.
And coincidentally, they are Igbo men.
They leave long paragraph. But come on, say sister, no care.
Give a hoot.
We go speak the truth. Whether you like it or not, we go continue to the talk. And any platform, if you don't want to be Mr. Autopsy, when say I flip through your program.
Hey,
Oga Mr. Autopsy.
Oga will no get sense.
Oga Mr. Autopsy of nonsense, dissenting, opinionated nonsense.
You cannot even pronounce the word dissenting opinion. You can't say your platform is not about. Go open your own channel now. You say Autopsy of doom. You be doctor. Why you not check?
You do verse, so I never see you verse like this before.
Nonsense. What? You know Auntie B.
They type for private chats. Yes, sis. I want to come in. Not nothing that your mumu said. They push you. Say like you go talk rubbish. And if say, I hope you're not coming here to give me stress. And now I hope you're not coming here to give me problem. You still come here, can't talk rubbish. 2 women don't buy. They have 5 living 8 children in Nigeria and abroad. You did a check pen. They talk no sense when not get sense. Are you daft?
If you don't have empathy, you shut your mouth. If you've never heard it on air, that if you don't have anything good to say, you shut up. You shut up. And people when they tell the comment section, we don't block all of you now.
Yes.
Block, because as the no one get sense,
You
so you don't
host.
get sense, so you will be silenced. If your dissenting opinion not be buy Gary, if you not be raise the dead, then shut the hell up. We don't want to hear it. Your dissenting opinion, now people say they buy up and down. Nonsense.
You those of now when they come here, they talk about our resume, say I live here and I study this.
IT,
yeah, now LinkedIn.
Like say be or not be IT.
Be or
like
not be
say
IT.
we don't know people where be IT. I am more than my wife, and so who don't want help now to be more than your wife? I beg. I don't want to concern Osinachi or Chichi or all the women where they die since.
Women, remember, we don't talk on last year. We say when you're in this situation, this DB situation, live to live. I'm so happy today that Bumi and some other survivors, they've come here to share their story. So hopefully it will encourage you if you are still doubting. Those of now when they look for scripts of Auntie B do a video of channel script, you go to her playlist and watch the video.
Best way don't many.
Don't be coming here.
Almost 1,000 videos.
Don't be coming here and be giving the host assignment because it's sit down here. Una say not get work. Una say not get work. Una not even they use the super chat. Say they comment self. Una say don't get work.
They know who they like. You they talk on super chat. Ordinary like. They know they like the video.
Nigerian people, many of us lack empathy and common sense. And you see the damage, Auntie. The more you try to explain, they go provoke you to try to explain because they act like say they don't understand.
Anybody may not be comprehend. Go get that.
That na indirect gaslighting because what you have said and what you have stated in the beginning in English, in the middle of the sentence towards the end of the video, it is clear to anyone that has common sense, logical reason, and human empathy and sympathy to know that lives have been lost. I don't give a hoot about your tribe. Every tribe has toxic things going on with them. We've transition tribalism, toxicity, everything. When you see evil, you speak it, you speak out. And those of you that are good men, when I'm going to say, how can we come into the situation? You just coy.
And my brothers have communication issues. But when they write on a resume, say you know how to communicate well. No, it's on.
If you are a man here, you are a good man. There are examples of men that come into this platform to talk.
And they want to don't talk.
Use your device, use your social media platform. Type it there.
Go and open your own YouTube page
and say you do not support this. And say women have the right to be safe and be protected in their family. And demand for the protection of every woman. Because when the life of every woman is taken, a generation is destroyed. Don't you get it in your skull? Those 4 children are damaged. We mourned the one went there for Scotland last week. Now the one for Abuja here.
Abuja.
Our house, we can still do Nami's church from our house.
Big for nothing church. Not big.
And
big
then another aspiring charlatan calling here to say na the church. Na church 9 marriage na she.
Na church they collect na see money na.
Na church 9 take buy with us na she.
Na church kick am na.
You don't want to discern with your brain and apply common sense and logic and human empathy to a situation. Come and talk about your tribe. Who gives a hoot about your tribe? Who your tribe has?
That's how they look them. As they look them.
You don't know who their tribe
is. I don't feel talk again as they look them.
Auntie B, make I tell you, this trolling, they never start.
Please bring. Please throw. You throw. If you are not that trolling somebody, then you have not been doing something right. If person never insults you, it means say you know they do anything.
And another thing you say, you cannot troll a trolley of common sense.
Can never be.
You cannot troll a platform that has been uplifting life.
When not be you creator,
you cannot. You cannot troll a movement that saved women. You cannot silence. You cannot do anything.
Who you be? Where are you from?
You cannot.
Who your papa? Who your mama?
If you think that you try even get soldiers. They may be silent sometimes. They may not show up on the platform. No try
Bumi, I bring me that glass. I need that well. Another thing we need to talk about. Thank you, my darling sisters. I can see the passion in you. I know you ladies are very passionate ladies. Thank you for your passion and you feel it. I don't know why it is so hard for some brothers to feel this, but it's all love. We don't have hate for anybody. I am the kind of person that I am not designed to have hate in my heart. God was giving me everything I needed for life. Hate was not one of them. So I cannot conceive hate in my heart for anything or anybody or any group of people. Okay? So Another one we need to talk about, which we are going to talk about on Tuesday, is the issue of the 2 Igbo men that were recently deleted by their Oyibo girlfriends, Oyibo wife. The one that happened in the US. That one is another hot topic. People did not allow me to talk in the last one because a lot of people are saying that it's justice because he was talking trash about black women. And I'm saying no. He may have been wrong for his behavior, but he didn't deserve to be deleted. So that one we need to sit down and dissect that one again. There is a lot of self-hate going on. All this woman, this girl, and I don't talk too much. Plenty talk, the way we go talk.
You know, say for our the painful thing about some of the toxic African cultures, if I narrow it down to Nigeria, is that misery, then they like company. That's why some people will come and say, "Oh, you're all toxic. You're not toxic, reach my own now. My own toxic pass your own. Your abuse not reach my own now. My own reach your own now."
Which I know they understand that whether they say it's not somebody from my Instagram, even here, some people say it's not. Why are you making it about culture? It's not only Igbo. Not a good thing that they share.
It is your choice to make it whatever you want to make it on
It's
your
freaking platform. I don't understand. If you open your own channel now, Jesus Christ.
Because
I think you the chance to open channel. It's free.
If you don't like the channel, you're not gonna change. You're not gonna change.
You say YouTube don't they charge to open channel.
Come and distract the focus.
I follow your platform. I follow your. Some people your own good. They follow the.
Man will leave those ones. Man will leave those ones and end in a more, constructive and information, educative, stand about what's happened. Maybe we'll leave those ones because we'll fit talk from there to tomorrow. You not solve anything.
To be as a call for you, so we have to also call for them.
I understand. I feel you. I feel the love.
I shoot woman. We go fit talk. You go just come out. No. Consequences there. Make they talk anyhow. First be not brush teeth for morning. As if we go for conclusion.
Yes, let's say something. Yeah, so that we go end.
For the beloved Osinachi woman, a beautiful woman, a woman of grace, a woman who used her voice to uplift soul, even though when you listen to it now that she's gone, it's like she was crying out her soul for help. We pray and we hope for justice for her. It is an example that we said that on this platform, many women have come to share survivor story. Some women have also come to share the struggles they had to go with when they try to flee, both from family members and all that. 2 things I have to say. If you are a woman and you are currently in this mess, please be strategic and leave. There is no perfect time. Your life is precious. If you have children, look at them. Look at them and say you have to be alive, if not for anything but for these children. And one way is to flee. When you flee, on the other side is help waiting for you. But if you don't go out, you will not receive it. Number 2, so the Nigerian government, whenever I go hear this thing, start creating avenues for victims to be safe, safe spaces for victims to be safe. Do not protect the perpetrators of the crime. They must be locked up. They must be locked up for the safety of the victim. So you provide safety for the victim while you are raising awareness. Make sure as a government, that's what you are supposed to do. I say 2 things, but the last one. Community. Community is made up of those of you in the nuclear, extended, church, mosque, family, and everything. When someone cries to you for help, even if the person, you are telling the person to leave and the person doesn't want to leave, we know that you cannot drag the person. But one thing we know is that you can talk in third party. So you can use your platform to start raising awareness, even without identifying the fact that this person told you this in confidence. So you start talking, you start talking.
Share videos, share.
Many
Nollywood movies there about domestic violence.
And then
another one is coming in May.
And then you start doing posts. That's another way.
Yeah,
passively. That's another way. Passively.
You talk to their subconscious.
Yes. That one step day. Those are my 3 condiments of common sense on this matter.
You have done well.
Thank you.
Now,
Thank you very much.
2 different me, I go talk my own too.
Okay, talk.
My own is
Make
that
I go. Una day afternoon, a day night. Oh yeah.
my
It's
own
almost
is that
midnight.
my
Oh my
second
God.
Islam version. If you're a woman, my own stance of last year is still the same of today. If you're a woman and you are in this DV situation, and you have decided that you will not leave because of what people say, because of pressure, all those plenty list, all of you know what we're talking about here. Please don't have children. If you have kids, stop it there. Don't bring him another one. Because in the event that you go, it's your children that have to live with the repercussions of all these things. It has to play in their head forever. They will be fighting with demons, and then we have to be raised. Look at Nigeria. Wait, Nigeria for those four children, Nigeria, or is it Chichi's brother that his wife is now a widow and his children are fatherless? It's too much. We are tired of talking about this thing. So if you're a woman and you're in this situation, there are many voices cheering you on to leave. Even if you're in an environment where they are telling you to stay, remember, what will people say? It's only when you are alive that you can hear what people say about you. The dead, no matter how much you scream in their ear, they can never hear. They are 6 feet under. Oh my God, I say, many wasted dreams are in the graveyard. Do you want to be remembered as the woman when yours back by? What will a pine do for you and your family and your children? May these words they echo with you today. Thank you, Auntie B.
Thank you very much, ladies. I appreciate you. Have a good afternoon over there. Yes.
We'll see you next Sunday.
No wahala. Thank you very much.
Bye.
Common sense, sister. May your common sense never diminish.
Amen. No, you know what the class. Haters. Make una dey come because na go hear come.
We dey wait for
now. Where? Because
Ella, calm down. Oh my God. Swing, they shout. Oh my God. I love you too. Thank you very much, Ella and Yo-Yo. Oh my God. The way Ella they yell, Jesus. Ella won't come out to my ear. When I get energy, if I yell like this for 4 hours, so I don't sit down for here, I go finish. I don't be here like that. Oh my God. Please give this video a thumbs up if you've if you found this conversation, relevant, and you think that we're onto something, and the conversation that we've had today, somebody might just learn one thing from there. BB Babs, thank you so much for the super chat. Oh, God bless you. All the people that have given me super chat, God bless you. Thank you. She said, God bless you, Auntie B. I'm so proud of you. I hope we women start to use our heads. Yes, me too. Thank you all so much. Please give this video a thumbs up if you think this conversation was necessary today for us to have. Okay? It was not meant to offend anybody. If you are offended, then you need to go and check yourself and look at these women and tell me that your ego or your fragile emotions is not, that the issue on ground is not deeper than this, what we are looking at. Tell me that this issue is not deeper than whatever you are feeling about your tribal sentiments. They are good Igbo men. They are bad Igbo men. They are good Yoruba men. They are good Hausa men. They are bad Hausa men. They are good men and bad men everywhere in the world. But this is issue specific. And we now know from statistics that the issue of DV is more prevalent in the culture because of religion and tradition within the Igbo culture. Even in the US, somebody came here and quoted statistics for us. So if you are watching this on playback, I'm not just saying it. It is more predominant in the Igbo culture. And that is why I am challenging every good in the Igbo that is listening to this. The good ones that are not the ones that are abusers, are not beating their wife, the men especially, and even you women that you encourage behaviors like that, or you Umuadas and those who are not Umuada, you need to speak up against it. You need to take a stand for your women, your vulnerable women who have no voice. Don't keep silent and be hiding under my tribe, my culture, my tradition. And if you're a Christian, you already know. That one will not stop. We say it as it is on this platform. Church is covering up a lot of abuse. And we've said it repeatedly. If you stay in the church, now see what happen to Unfortunately, what happened to this sister? So church carry on. No, you think they will close church because you delete? Pastor tells you to go and pray, fast, stay in that abusive relationship. If you delete, and your children will suffer, they are going to endure that trauma for the rest of their lives. Women, don't do this to yourself. Run, run, run. And all you churches that are enabling women, all you so-called pastors that are enabling abuse, the part of hell that God is reserving for you, it go hot past the other parts. If you continue to encourage men to go and pray and not leave and then find solutions, send those men to therapy to get anger management, to deal with their why they cannot control themselves and why they feel that they need to put their hands on another woman. Look at them very well again. Take a good look at them. Within 1 week, young women deleted, left behind four children. So remember their faces before you put that comment that you want to put, and you want to come here and start crying, crying culture, and start crying tribe. Last, the child one they cry, so now not like each other. Most Nigerian cultures, we don't like each other, including my own. But when it reaches to the defend, we would like to defend for social media. But when it comes to the nitty-gritty, we don't like each other. And that is why Nigeria is so messed up. It is well. For those of you who are still calling in, unfortunately, we got to end it here. This is like almost midnight here in the UK, and we've got work tomorrow. So sorry if I cannot take your call anymore. Thank you so much, everyone that's been here. Please give this video a thumbs up. Give it a thumbs up before you leave if you have not done so already. And I'm back on Tuesday. Let us come and talk about the issue of Tobechukwu. Why are, people saying that he deserved what he got? That white girl is roaming up and down now. And that's another Igbo man, no. But we are going to look at it from a different perspective because there's so much involved in his case. Igbo men deleting their wives in Nigeria. 2 Igbo men recently deleted in the diaspora by a Igbo woman. Ha! It is well. Thank you all so much for being here tonight. Have a good afternoon, have a good evening, and I'll see you on Tuesday night. Thank you all so much. Okay. Thank you, Sarah. Sarah said, I'm from Imo State, Mbano. You are saying the bitter truth. Even in the family, my blood sisters are the same. They love to intimidate us, the women. I'm always standing my ground. Well done to you. Stand your ground, though. You are not less of a human because you are a woman. In fact, you are more of a woman, more of a human being because you are a woman, because you are the one that gives life. You produce life. So you are the carrier of life. Without your womb, there will be no life. You hear? So don't let anybody intimidate you. We need to speak up against it. Everybody should make enough noise. We can't have these stories anymore until we change all this toxicity. Unfortunately, now more. And I don't want anybody tagging me in all these posts anymore because it's too distressing. It's too much. Thank you all so much. And I hope this will provoke the conversation. This was my intention. It was calculated and deliberate. So I hope it provokes the conversation and we'll carry on social media. Follow me on Instagram, and I'm on Instagram. And if you have not yet subscribed, I didn't even remember to say it when we started today. I was too fired up. Please subscribe. Join our movement. We are speaking up against abuse. We say no to abuse. We do not tolerate it. And we stand against it with everything that we have. Subscribe, give the video a thumbs up, and I will see you on Tuesday night. Have a fabulous week. Come on, say, sister, I love you. Omoye. Rest, oh. Drink cold malt on me, okay? I love you very much. God bless you. Please subscribe to Omoye's Corner. She has a YouTube channel called Omoye's Corner. Common Sense Sisters are also YouTubers. Subscribe to their channel. We need more YouTubers. More people should open YouTube and be speaking. Only me cannot do it. Thank you all so much, Bingbe. Have a good evening, everyone. God bless you. Have a good afternoon over there in the US. And I'll see you on Tuesday night. Bye, guys. Bye-bye.